Good evening, everybody. My name's Councillor Helen Green, and I'd like to welcome members of the public, colleagues and officers to this meeting. I'm chairing tonight's meeting, and to manage the business as efficiently as possible, I shall invite people to speak one at a time to ensure their contributions are properly heard. Therefore, please do not speak unless invited to do so by me, and I thank you in advance. On hearing the fire alarm, please leave the building immediately using the nearest available exit. Do not, under any circumstances, use the lift. The assembly point is in the area in the Civic Office car park next to the roundabout, and you should not attempt to re-enter the building until you know it's safe to do so. Please ensure that all mobile phones are switched off or on silent. Members of the committee, visiting members and members of the public, please be aware that our planning committee meetings are always webcast live, and so any contribution you make will be broadcast. Please remember to use your microphone when speaking and to turn it off when you have finished. This is very important for the webcast because the camera will move to the next speaker. You need only press the black button once each time to turn it on and off. Thank you. Item 1 is membership. I have Councillor Quilty substituted for Councillor Morris and Councillor Giorgio substituted for Councillor Gray. Members, we have a recorded vote, and we do this with general members first, the members representing the ward in which the application is located in, and I vote last and exercise an additional casting vote if required. Visiting members and community advocates, I thank you for being here. Please do make sure that you alert me if you leave and re-enter the meeting so a note can be made. Officers have tabled papers detailing additional information and late letters of representation that have been received in relation to the applications tonight. Copies have been circulated to members and made available to members of the public present. Do all committee members have a copy? Thank you. And as I said, I have received apologies from Councillor Morris and Councillor Gray, and I don't think there are any others. Thank you. Item 3, do any members have any interest to declare in connection with this evening's agenda? Councillor Sussman.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to declare a non-registerable interest. As an estate agent, there is a possibility that the agency I have could at a future date be instructed to sell one or more dwellings that could be built if the Shenley Grange application does go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 4 are the minutes. The minutes of the meeting held on 20th of March are included in the agenda papers. Can these minutes be confirmed as a true record and signed afterwards? So item number 5 are the planning applications. As papers for this meeting were published and provided to members of the committee 5 working days in advance, and a meeting held to clarify technical points has been held prior to this meeting, I will proceed on the basis that members are well informed about the applications before us, having received and read the papers. For each application, it's custom and practice at Hertsmere for one member of the public to be permitted to speak against an application and one member of the public to speak in support. Where there are 2 speakers for an application, the person wishing to speak against will go first. Councillors who are not members of the committee may also speak in their role as a community advocate or on behalf of residents if they've registered. And I have Councillor Shah for item 5A, Councillor Bright for item 5B, Councillor Hodgkin-Jones for item 5C, and Councillor Morris for item 5E this evening. Members, may I remind you that requests for an amendment, deferral or refusal must make it clear the material planning consideration for the minutes. So we'll start with the first application, 5A, which is 22/190/FUL, the land on Bridgewater Way, adjacent to 7 Bridgewater Way. And I invite William to present the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, just to start off with, there are no updates for this particular application, so I'll move straight on to the presentation itself. Members may recall that this application was deferred from the January Planning Committee to do with issues, on all grounds, but in particular there were 2 issues to do with parking and with various issues about impacts on neighbouring amenities. So hopefully this presentation will provide clearer clarification on those particular matters. So the site in question is land on Bridgewater Way, adjacent to number 7 Bridgewater Way over in Bushy. And the proposal itself is the redevelopment of the site to include a change of use to provide 8 2-bedroom flats with habitable loft accommodation, and basement level car parking, which would include electric vehicle charging points with associated bin storage, cycle storage, landscaping and access. So this is the application site itself, outlined in the checkered red here. It's Bridgewater Way towards the front. This is an aerial view showing a sort of aerial context of the site. So this in particular is the piece of land outlined here. The site has a frontage onto the road Bridgewater Way, which curves around like this. We've got the cul-de-sac Milner Court towards the back, Baird Close towards the back of the site as well, Fiddler Place, and Hertsmere Close towards the front of the site. The surrounding locality is predominantly residential in character. You've got a large protected oak tree towards the front of the site, and 2 public rights of way that run around both the side and the rear of the site as such. So I've got some pictures in a moment just to show how that fits into the context. And the site's also in flood zone 1, which is the least at risk zone of flooding. So yeah, some pictures of the site, currently boarded up at the moment. We've got the existing parking bays along Bridgewater Way, the TPO tree towards the front, the houses, Bridgewater Way and surrounding towards the side and rear of the site. A view looking from the public right-of-way towards the side of the site. This is the vacant piece of land at the moment. A view looking up along Bridgewater Way. We can see existing parking along the road. Similarly, another view at Bridgewater Way with the parking. The side access routes, the public rights of way. And here's a block plan showing the scheme itself. So outlined in red, we can see the scope of the built form. And just another view showing the context of the building within the surrounding built form. Some floor plans showing the ground floor of the building. So as I say, this would be 8 flats. 3 would be located on the ground, first and second floors. Then you've got 2 flats in the habitable or loft accommodation. So you've got existing communal entrance into the building. Flats would be arranged, as I say, over the various floors. This is the first floor plan here, as such. You've got dual aspect flats, windows towards the front and windows towards the back with these louvres, and I'll explain a bit more about that a little bit later on. These are some elevations of the building. The front elevation of the building. This is the main entrance into the downstairs, the basement car park, which would be created here with a new access off Bridgewater Way. Hopefully these CGIs give a good understanding of how this building would sit within the street scene and the local vernacular. The building has been very much designed in consultation with urban design officers here at the council, both at the pre-app stage and during the application process itself. We feel this is a very good, well-designed scheme, particularly as well when, if you're to come up Bridgewater Way, one of the things the urban design officer actually commented on is that actually at the moment, I'll quickly just show on the photograph, you've actually got the blank facade number 7 here. So actually this is a very boring, uninteresting part of the street scene. And actually we feel this development would actually create a well-designed, interesting and sort of approachable, if you like, well-designed part of the street scene here. So yeah, I think this is just these and some CGI showing that as such. This is the back of the scheme with the louvers on the back. Again, similarly, the front elevation of the building, the dormer windows, and another aerial view of the site. There would be actually communal space around the side of the rear of the building for use by residents, yeah, and just similarly another picture looking up towards Bridgewater Way, showing it as such. So in terms of the starting point, the principles of development, so this site comprises land situated within an existing settlement, built-up area of Bushy. I think we all know the council's current position in terms of its 5-year housing land supply. Obviously, we're not meeting our 5-year requirement, so there is very much a need for housing within the borough. It's perhaps worth pointing out, as per paragraph 11 of the MPPF, because of this lack of the 5-year housing supply, the presumption in favour of sustainable development therefore kicks in, and which effectively says that there is a presumption in favour of sustainable development that would apply unless any adverse impacts of granting permission would significantly demonstrably outweigh the benefits. And similarly, it's worth pointing out that paragraph 124D of the MPPF does state that decisions should promote and support the development of underutilised land and buildings, especially if this were to help to meet identified needs for housing, as in the case of Hertsmere. So, just sort of two issues here. One is the visual impact. As I previously mentioned, this scheme has been done in collaboration with the Council's urban design team. Consideration has been made by officers in terms of local plan policies, in terms of design. Officers do feel that development would not appear detrimental towards the character and appearance of the street scene or the local area. In terms of impact on neighbour amenity, this scheme is compliant. There would be no impact on the loss of daylight, sunlight towards neighbouring properties. External windows and internal living arrangements have been designed as such to avoid any direct loss of privacy and overlooking towards neighbouring properties. I've got some slides just to show this in a bit more context a bit further on. And similarly, the new residence units would meet nationally described standards in terms of internal space and bedroom sizes, and similarly, external amenity space would meet the required council set standards. Just to mention actually on the amenity space, whilst there is communal space around the site, the scheme does provide private balconies for each of the individual units, and they are compliant with the council standards in terms of providing private amenity space. I think I've detailed that within the original planning committee report, so there is a table setting that out. So this is one of the queries that was raised both in January and at the political meeting this week. So I've set it out in terms of the various separation distances towards neighbouring properties to give a clear understanding how this scheme would not impact on those neighbours. So, for example, if you look at the distances towards Hertsmere Close, you've got 22 metres and 19.5 metres separation distance, compliant with the council standards. You've got 19.4 metres towards Milner Court, similarly compliant with council standards. And you've got a 1 metre separation distance towards 7 Bridgewater Way here, tucked in between the end property and the side of the building here. But due to the fact there are no windows on the side elevation of number 7, there would be no impact on that building. And similarly, the distance is 5.8 and 5.7 to Bird Close. So, and these hopefully define the forward projecting elements of the scheme. So, for example, at the closest point to number 7, we've got a 0.8 projection here as such, a 1.1 metre distance here to here, and 2.1 metres distance. But given the fact the building is projecting further away from these properties, and you've got the sweep of the road, these buildings would not in any way breach the 45-degree angle of sight from number 7. And similarly the same at the back. You've got a 2.8 metre separation distance towards the back, but there would be no breach of the 45. So as I say, the scheme is very much compliant in terms of those standards. The top view is of the rear elevation, the side elevation of number 7, and also this is the rear elevation here. I know there's a query about the height of the building in conjunction with number 7. So I can confirm that the height, I mean this is detailed within the addendum report in any event, but the height from the ridge height of number 7, there would be a slight increase of 1.3 metres, but as I say, there would be no impact on that property. So I mentioned before about these privacy features. Obviously, given the close proximity of the units to number Baird Close, the scheme has been very cleverly designed in such a way as to include these rear louvers at the back of the building. So you can actually see, for example, so imagine this is a interior view of one of the flats. You've got the kind of slats on the rear of the building here, and just in between there, you've got open space. Effectively, what that is doing, it's restricting any direct overlooking into the neighbouring properties, but at the same time allowing natural daylight and sunlight into those units. So all the units would benefit. So in terms of the amenity of future occupiers, they would have a good standard of accommodation, and similarly, all the units benefit from the large front windows as well. So you've got dual aspect units in that regard. These are just daylight studies, just to show there would be daylight studies. So in terms of the applicant did commission a daylight study to show that the scheme would not have an impact different times of the year in terms of overshadowing. So this is one obviously done in June, so we can see there would be clearly no impact during different times of the day, morning, midday and afternoon. And similarly, in December as well, we can see there would be no impact on the neighbours. So I'll bring you on to parking. And just before I do that, I will introduce Alan Story from Hertfordshire Highways. He's very well joined us tonight. So thank you, Alan, for coming. So if you have any particular sort of highways or pedestrian safety issues that get raised during the course of this evening, then by all means, Alan's very happy to answer those particular questions. So I want to clarify on the parking. So this is done in tabular form, and what we can see is these different columns. So we've got 8 two-bedroom units. So as per the requirements of the Parking Standards 2014, 2 spaces would be required per unit, and therefore there would be a total of 16 spaces required. Now, the Parking Standards 2014 says that you can apply a 75 to 100% discount, i.e. a 25% discount to the overall number of spaces required. So that therefore means you make a reduction of 4 spaces to the 16 that would be required. That brings you down to 12. Now, that number of 12 actually concurs with the draft Parking Standards 22. The The draft parking standards 22 requires 1.5 spaces required per unit, and therefore that equates to 12 spaces required. So both as per the 14 and the 22 standard, 12 is required. Now I can confirm that this scheme in the underground basement car park would provide eight spaces. So therefore there would be a deficit of 4 spaces as per this scheme. And just to make mention that there would be 3 spaces lost on Bridgewater Way in order to facilitate the creation of the new access into the basement car park. But it's important to point out that land is not within the applicant's ownership. So in terms of parking, I just want to clarify, the proposal would provide 1 number requisite exclusive disabled parking bay. We can see 5 to 10 units, 1 space is required. This scheme provides it. And as in terms of visitor parking requirements, as per the parking standards 22, visitor parking provision on schemes of 10 units or more, that's only when it's required. So in this case, there would not be a requirement for any visitor parking spaces. So this is just a view of the basement parking plan. So one query was about the vehicle ramp gradient. I can confirm it's 1 in 12. And these would be the spaces created down below. And this is actually the inclusive disabled parking bay here. Actually, just mentioned as well, actually, just for one important point, the refuge provision. So there would be storage for refuse bins down here in the basement. And what would happen is that on collection days, the bins would be brought out to this internal lift, brought out to the top of the scheme, and actually brought to I mean, I've detailed within the report in any event, but there is actually a plinth just towards the front of the site where bins would be brought out for collection. So, yeah, in terms of access issues, I can confirm that Hertfordshire Highways have found the scheme to be acceptable in terms of the impact on highway and pedestrian safety, and they have raised no objection as such. We can conclude, therefore, the scheme would not create a severe impact on the local highway network. That is a requirement of paragraph 116 of the NPPF 24, a consideration that has to be taken into account with all schemes. Perhaps important to note that there are rights of ways. I'll quickly just share on this other plan actually. So over time, the Hertfordshire County Council's definitive rights of way map actually shows 2 public rights of way that crisscross the site. So one that goes across here, one that goes across here and then through the site. But those were done a long time ago. And as quite clearly be seen, properties have been since built on top of this right of way. So the right of way that is now used is obviously round the perimeter of the site as such. So this is obviously a redundant public right of way, but nonetheless, that public right of way stays on the Hertfordshire County Council's rights of way map. So if permission were to be granted tonight, then the applicant would have to enter into what's known as, I think it's a section 278 agreement, if I remember rightly, whereby they would have to apply to the County Council to amend that public right of way, and that's a separate agreement that's entered into from the applicant and the County Council. And obviously there's an appropriate condition in the formative to remind the applicant to ensure that a stopping up order is submitted, section 257 agreement, so that's the County Council. So, as mentioned in the parking section, there would be an under provision. So that therefore begs the question, is the site sustainable? And in our view, yes, it is. The applicant has provided a sustainability statement to extol, if you like, the sustainability virtues of the site. I've done a very general summary of some of the main topics, but we can see, for example, You know, you've got like Bushy Railway Station, a quarter of a mile away. You know, you've got the public transport, local bus services on Bushy High Street, you know, say a 10-minute, 15-minute walk away. So therefore, you know, you've got easy access to local shops, services, and public transport links, which would provide an additional connection to say, places like Bushy, Watford. You know, you've got local parks and green spaces nearby, providing, you know, a good provision of local amenity space. You know, you've got a site where you've got existing footways with appropriate street lighting. The scheme itself would help promote sustainability by terms of cycling. You know, you've got cycle parking bays within the basement car park, and secure bicycle parking bays as such. And also you've got a plethora of local schools, you know, nearby as well. You've also got electric vehicle charging points provided in the scheme. So, you know, rather than having diesel or petrol cars, you can have electric vehicles. And also the rise of home working, telecommunicating, flexible working. People don't always, you know, travel into an office every day. So you've got the rise of remote working and online shopping as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of sustainability tick points for this particular scheme. These are just one or two little plans that show that in context in terms of sustainability virtues. So, for example, the blue area denotes a 30-minute walk radius. So, for example, within a 30-minute distance of the site, you're in Watford, Bushy High Street, various other parts of Hertsmere. The area denoted in purple denotes a 10-minute cycle radius. Again, you know, easy access to Watford, Bushy Heath, Bushy. And also, this gives a wider context view of, you know, for example, a 1-hour public transport commuting distance. You know, you can get to places like Watford, St Albans, Rickmansworth, you know, part of the northwest and central London. So, yeah. So, just to as well, just to conclude on a few other topics, we did initially have some objections from the lead local flood authority. They've obviously been resolved now, so there's no objection from that particular team. I've just mentioned the sustainability climate credentials of the scheme and referee arrangements. Obviously, there's no concerns from officers in that regard. So I just want to quickly touch on the planning balance. So, as alluded to at the start of the presentation, the principle of development is considered to be acceptable. And the MPPF, as per paragraph 11D.2, does clearly state permission should be granted unless any adverse impacts of the doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when it's against the policies in the MPPF taken as a whole. So in terms of benefits, obviously I've touched upon the net gain of high quality homes within the borough. Obviously we know we can't distribute our 5-year housing land supply. The reuse and efficient land within an existing urban settlement of Bushy in a sustainable location within close proximity to local amenities and different public transport modes. A well executed a contemporary design which would provide a high quality of new accommodation for future residents, which would accord with nationally described space standards, and obviously the provision of a number of sustainable building methods and features. So in officers' view, the adverse impacts of the development would not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. So I just wanted to just make that point clear. So, to conclude, officers therefore are of the opinion that permission should be granted subject to the conditions set out within the January 2025 report and the additional and amended conditions set out within the April 2025 addendum report. And with that, I will pass back to Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Please, can I call Jenny Cochrane to speak against the application? You will have 3 minutes. If you press the button. Thank you very much. Madam, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please press the microphone button.
Sorry, Madam.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Significant overdevelopment of Bridgewater Way, a small cul-de-sac consisting of just 23 two-bedroom wooden or brick-fronted terrace houses of character. There are no driveways, lofts or garages, and currently parking is barely adequate. The development, if it was to be allowed, would be an increase of the number of residents in Bridgewater Way by 34.78%, which is wholly unworkable. Bridgewater Way borders a conservation area. This planning application involves a small plot of remaining historic greenbelt land that, until recent purchase by the applicator, had always been open to the public until it had been boarded off. Measuring just 32 by 20 metres, there is still a public footpath across the site, and unfortunately, if this goes across, it will have a catastrophic impact on the character and design. Professional advice taken confirms that the building specifications contravene various regulations and standards. For example, the building's height of 9.16 metres far exceeds the 7.5 metres of current buildings. Not all rooms meet specified minimum standards, and that the main elevation stands forward of current buildings by around 1 metre, its bin store a further 1.5 metres, an unacceptable 2.5 metres in total. The proposed underground car park will involve removal of current residents' parking spaces. Not only do we have the removal of current residents' parking spaces, there will be the addition of approximately 16 more cars, yet alone guests involved. The underground parking of 8 vehicles does obviously leave a deficit. The council-owned parking standard stipulates 12 spaces, and as I've just said, deficit 4. The underground car park, as it involves vehicles coming out at speed on an incline, will be immediately and onto across a much-used public pedestrian pavement, out between parked cars and into the road immediately near a blind bend where recorded accidents have already happened. Following his purchase of the site, the owner immediately removed 8 of the mature 60-year-old trees, which has caused an increase in flooding issues in the area. Fortunately, 2 mature trees have remained. A 60-year-old oak tree with a TPO, whose roots occupy approximately half of the area, plus a goat willow, both offsetting flooding. If this application were to be allowed, sadly, both these trees are in extreme danger. The developer has already stated that the goat willow will be removed, and we are concerned about the danger to flooding for the residents. No biodiversity assessment has been carried out, read this planning application, as is mandatory under Section 7A of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 and Schedule 14 of the Environmental Act 2021, where developers must deliver a B&G gain of 10%. The site owner's actions have already removed more than 80% of the habitat, and this application were to be allowed, it would reduce B&G even further with the removal of the goat willow.
Madam?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You've had your 3 minutes.
Really? Blimey.
Yeah. It goes very quickly. Thank you very much.
Can I just one more thing? Sorry, no?
No, sorry.
It's just where the train station is more than 3 miles away.
You've had your time. Thank you.
Just
no
thought
more.
I'd say it.
Thank you very much. We do now have Councillor Shah, who will speak as the community advocate. Councillor, you will have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Chair. I'd firstly like to thank all the residents for their detailed and reasoned input and comments in respect of this application, and in particular Bernard Cochrane, Michael and Catherine Robertson. You should have seen their representations sent to you in recent days. They are very detailed and very, very much with technical answers to a lot of the queries. I will be using some of their points in my presentation to you as community advocate against this application. This application has a long backstory and so does the site. Nowadays, there's a green hoarding around it, but for many years it was an open green space and served as an informal village green for the tight-knit community of Bridgewater Way, Milner Court, Baird Close and Fiddler Place. Residents called the green space the park. Whilst this is not a material factor, it does explain why the future of this site matters so much to the people who live there and why they take this application so seriously. Everyone living in the area recognises that there will be some development of this site. Notwithstanding that paragraph 124D of the NPPF promotes the development of underutilised land, this should not be a reason to grant development that is inappropriate, and residents are only requesting that it be the right type of development. There is certainly scope for well-designed homes on the site that are not harmful to the character and appearance of the surrounding area, and that allow for sufficient and compliant parking within the curtilage and offer proper protection to the TPO'd oak tree. In this application, the developer is attempting to squeeze 8 flats into a cramped and awkward space, with the result that it spills out in a manner completely out of keeping with the uniformity of the surrounding area, dwarfing surrounding properties and impacting the character of the neighbourhood. It really will be an eyesore in a very beautiful area. The height of the development at 9.164 metres overshadows the 7.5 metre constant of the surrounding properties of 2-storey homes with gardens. It also stands, as they have admitted, a metre to 2.5 metres ahead of the current property lines, thus creating a detrimental aspect and adding to the failure to produce a design in keeping with the area. Maximising the size of the development appears to have been taking precedence over all other considerations. And to reiterate, the design of the development is totally inappropriate. The block of 8 units is so much out of keeping with the area, from design to brickwork. It is more like a brutalist office block at the heart of a most pleasant residential area. The flats themselves are cramped, and not all rooms meet the minimum standard room size, as contained in the nationally described Technical Housing Standards document of 2015. It's highly unusual for louvers and screens to be needed on windows to preserve the privacy of neighbouring gardens. And this is another example of the building being simply too big and too close to the public footpath and neighbouring properties. Even with recent remodifications proposed, the fact is they will restrict natural light to the flats. As a consequence, rather than use artificial lighting, many of the louvers will be left open, thus negating the privacy for neighbours. Having seen at first hand the problems we are having with waste bins and bin stores in nearby developments in Bushey, I believe that the current proposed arrangements are inadequate and may cause issues of overflowing waste, whether it be in the underground car park or above, and leading to vermin. If the flats are small, they may attract a transient rather than a settled population. Each will then bring waste as they move in and move out, and that will only compound the problem. If a development is being built from scratch, why can't these issues be dealt with from the outset? The reason the proposed development is so cramped and of odd design is to get around the tree preservation order on the 60-year-old oak tree. Whilst many other trees on the site have been felled, this one has been preserved because of its beauty and importance to the local environment, and also valuable flood risk mitigation. Contrary to the recommendations of BS 5837,
Councillor Shah, I'm
Yes.
sorry, you have had your 5 minutes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
5 minutes. Sorry.
Officers, do you have any comments before I ask members? Okay. Members, do you have any questions? Councillor Giorgio, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I wanted to ask about the rights of way. From the slide that you showed us with the picture, there's a path that still runs alongside. However, that was probably the best one that shows the front. However, you've said that they would have to apply to have the rights of way removed. Is it not a possibility that rights of way could be retained down the path that runs along the side of the site? And if so, could that be a condition of the application? Thank you.
So I'll just clarify on the rights of way issue. So as per the Hertfordshire County Council's definitive rights of way map, this is currently how, when those footpaths were originally established, these lines here. So we can see the lines wrap around the back of the site and through the centre of the site as such. But obviously, over time, those rights of way have been eroded because obviously you can quite clearly see the properties in Bed Close have been built on top of it. And similarly, you know, the rights of way go straight through the application site. So obviously, whilst it is the definitive rights of way, it is no longer an adopted right of way, if you like. So in effect, the applicant will have to apply under a section 278, isn't it? Yeah, 278 agreement separately with the county council in order to provide a stopping up order in order to alter that definitive rights of way.
So just to follow up, what we're saying is that the rights of way will be altered, not removed. There will still be potentially a right of way through the side of the site, and we can make that a recommendation.
So effectively, yes, you'd be able to adopt. I think it's actually detailed within the report, but effectively, applicants will still be, pedestrians will still be able to access both the rear and the side of the site as per the current situation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have Highways who wish to give a statement on that topic. Thank you.
It's just a point of clarity. The 278 would be the agreement for the highway works. There's separate provision within the Wildlife Act for revisions to the definitive map. So our rights of way officer has accepted that historically the right of way has been created differently, but it's recorded on the definitive map across the land. They are satisfied that a separate application would come forward to just update the definitive map to match what's done on a daily basis.
Thank you. Councillor Amron, next.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, yeah, very good talk by Councillor Shah. I sort of concur with most of his points. William, is just one quick thing regarding the car park. Is there an EV point in there? Yes, there is.
Yes, there is.
Okay. It's hard to sort of tell, but it doesn't look like there's much of a gap between the bin saw and the first of the two cars that are parked there. And I'm just wondering how much of a gap that is if somebody's got a Range Rover or something. And secondly, I can see there's a lift. I can see there's a lift to take the Euro bins and stuff out, but in the event that broke down, moving a 400 odd kilo Euro bin up a 1 in 12, particularly if the weather's not very good, is also a bit of a concern.
Sorry, we're just having a quick look to see if Waste Team have responded. I'm pretty sure they have. Let's just quickly double check. Waste Services. Yes, they have, yeah. So, so the original response received 28th of November 24, raised no objection, but they did raise, so they would have looked at precise waste management arrangements in terms of, size of refuge bins, how that would be accessed out of the bin storage. So they would have looked at that, and if they had raised concern, they would have come back to us and said, you need to provide further details. So in that regard, it's acceptable. And then obviously they did raise a question about proposed refuge management arrangements, and there is a condition within the report, which does cover that. So I think the additional verbatim response back in December 24 says we are satisfied with proposals by the developer. So in all aspects, the scheme is acceptable in terms of refuse provision. So.
And that's to our own, excuse me, our own waste collection people have been down there, yeah?
Waste management team, yeah, here at Hertsmere, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Allen, next.
Thank you, William, for the presentation and answering my queries about this in the past, because I've had many queries from residents about this application over the last 18 months. I would get more about this one than Harts Farm, to give you a context of the complication. And this is on the face of it, a small application, 8 flats, but a very long backstory, as we've heard. In fact, it was my predecessor, Anne Swirling, who called this in, which gives you an idea of how far back this goes. And as I understand it, there have been many previous attempts to build here, and the land has changed hands many times, and it's never come to fruition. And the problem is the tree, as I understand it. It's very hard to build round it. And I was very interested to see the final sets of changes, the final report, to see if it had answered some of the many complications with this. And my feeling is that I'm afraid that I don't think it has done. It was quite a long presentation, and I think what that demonstrates is how convoluted this application is, because there are so many mitigations and so many caveats to try and get around the essential problem, which is that they're trying to squeeze 8 flats into basically a postage stamp sized plot around a tree. And that's why we have the louvres, that's why we have the bin out the front, that's why the parking spaces are being taken away. But my first question is about the tree, because it does look very, very close to where the tree is. And it's a TPO tree, and it's the dominance of the plot by the tree which causes complications with development here with 8 flats. So my 2 questions firstly are, how far will the branches be from the windows, from the elevations of the scheme? What is the clearance between the tree and people's windows? It is also suggested by those who've analysed this that it involves cutting 4 metres off the top of the tree to crown it, and 4 metres worth of branches at the bottom of the tree will also be removed. So that's 8 metres worth of adjustment and lopping of a tree to enable this. That's my understanding. The 2 questions are, is that correct about the 4 metre crowning and the 4 metre loss of branches? And also how far will the branches be from the windows? Because as I understand it from the representations from residents, the last assessment of this tree was 3 years ago. So we don't have a very up-to-date assessment of the tree anyway. So that's the context for those 2 questions.
Thank you, Councillor, and I'll answer that question. You are correct. The tree will be, the crown will be lifted 4 metres and reduced by 4 metres on the southern and eastern sides, as you rightly pointed out. This has been assessed by the Council's Agricultural Officer, who has raised no objections, subject to a condition being added, which has been added for protection methods for the tree. So we are confident, in light of the professional opinion of the Arboriculture Officer, that this tree is adequately, will be adequately protected, subject to the condition. So yes, it will be crowned. The crown will be reduced, lifted, and reduced by 4 metres, as you said. But the tree will be protected. It will remain, and as you can see, I appreciate CGIs are CGIs, but you can see it still provides. To me, it's still, I think, the focal point of the street from the CGIs, if you can pop to them. Yeah. And again, it's, I'll just point you back to the fact that the Arboricultural Officer has checked this, has reviewed the whole scheme and finds it acceptable.
Am I right in thinking that the tree was actually 3, this, as presented tonight with this application, the Arboreal report is 3 years old, is that correct?
Just double check the dates for you. We believe you're correct.
So my second question was, as built, how close to the building will the branches be? What's the separation from the leaves and the branches and people's windows and the walls of the building? Because on the picture it looks very, very, very close.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, I don't know that specific dimension in terms of how close the branches have been. Obviously, trees grow and sort of, over time. So obviously, the distance will change over time. The one thing I just want to perhaps just emphasise is, I think this is best exemplified by the first floor plan. Yes, you're right. The tree is very much a constraining factor within the site. But the scheme has been, this issue has been discussed at the pre-application stage, and both during the course of the application itself. The scheme has been, in our view, very well designed in order to mitigate against that. So what I mean by that is a number of features. So, for example, all the windows on the side elevation of the building will be either high level or obscure glaze. So there won't be primary kind of windows into habitable accommodation. So you'd have like a bathroom or ensuite or something like that. So, and similarly, the windows towards the front, again, have been designed, as such, to be separated from the tree. So really, in our view, yes, it is a sort of constraint on the site, but I think it has been cleverly designed in such a way to work around that. So,
but but we don't have an answer there as to whether the leaves and trees and branches are actually going to touch the building, because you're not able to answer that question here. I'll leave it there, but I think you see what I'm getting at.
Councillor Quilty, I think you had a question next.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a question, and obviously as a substitute member, I'm not too used to the way you're dealing with this. Are you actually saying questions first and then comments? So I will do my questions first, get answers, and then let other people speak, maybe.
Yeah, I'm
you
asking for questions, please.
Right.
Yes, thank you.
My question first, there's two questions, I suppose. One of them is that I wasn't here last time this was actually heard, and I understand it was deferred in January. Could the officers explain what has actually changed since that deferral? It was deferred on certain grounds, and I'm sure they will remind us what those grounds were. It's in the papers. And could they tell us what has actually happened since that deferral? Has there been any changes to the application, or is it exactly the same? Right, that's my first question. My second question is, could they confirm whether this particular application is policy compliant in relation to the CS25 SPD 2014 of the car parking standards? Is it policy compliant with the standards, taking into account that it has been given a discounted situation of 75,800, and that discount has been worked out, and they come to the number of car parking slots as 12? Is that the policy compliant required number? So 2 points. Thank you.
Yes, so on the first point about the changes since the January committee, I can confirm there have been no changes to the scheme. So it was really just to get clarification on the parking and the various separation distances from the agent. So that's the point. The second point on the parking situation, I mean, I can confirm the scheme is not policy compliant. It's not, because obviously there is an under-provision of parking. There is an under-provision of parking, but as clearly set out within the presentation, juices... Oh, okay, all right. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sisman, and then I have Councillor Hodgkin-Jones, and then Councillor Kaza. Councillor Sisman.
Thank you very much, Chair. William, do you have a proposed ground floor plan you can get up, please? Okay, just a quick question. On the lift, on that one, the door is to the bottom of the lift cubicle. On the basement one, the door is the other side. Is it a sort of double-doored lift is my first question. So if you go to the basement, you'll see that actually the exit, the lift, the car parking one. Yeah.
With your provisions. So, yeah, so effectively, yeah, you bring the bins in like that, into the door like that, up the lift goes. Yeah, and it just changes the orientation of the door. So you bring the bins out on the, back to the ground floor plan. Yeah, there we go, out this door here, yeah.
And then where does the bin go when it's there? If you show me the route, thank you.
Well, I mean, obviously the door is there, but I mean, what I would say is there is a condition within the report that requires details in terms of waste management, details provided to the council. So if that is a particular query that you have in terms of how bins are going to be accessed through the lift, we can certainly bear that in mind, and obviously maybe even informative on there as well.
Okay,
and obviously, look at that as per, at the condition stage.
I've got some more questions on this. If you can go back to the car park slide, please. The basement, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the basement, okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, do you know, so where your red cursor is,
Yeah.
if you go right, so if imagine going into the lift
Yeah.
and coming at that door there, go right, stop. Do you know the width of that door and the width of the lift door?
Unfortunately, I don't have those details to hand right this minute. I would imagine it's looking about a metre or so, isn't it? So, yeah, I would say a layman's, but planning officer's layman's view, I'd say that's about a metre or so.
About a metre or so. Sorry, I've just looked up the dimensions of Euro bins, which I've got €1, one of the bins that size, 107 centimetres, 130 by 137 by 135. So I'm not quite sure how that is realistically going to fit through the door, especially when the door's open and you've got the hinge, to then manoeuvre it round. This bin situation is a huge concern to me. Then, when you get the lift up, and I don't know if a person can fit in it, do they press the button, run up the stairs and meet the lift? And then how do they take it? No, this is really serious. How do they then manoeuvre it through the doors? Because they have to sort of pull the doors, make sure that on the ground floor it can get through the doors. Now, if we go to the CGI of the front, all I can see are stairs. This is quite a mission, and that just sort of worries me.
Thank you, Councillor, for your comment. I think...
I've got one more small point after you answered that.
I note your point. I think I've spoken to him. According, the submission does mention the lifts being used. I have never lived in a block of flats where they use the lifts to move large Euro bins. I very much doubt that's what they're going to do. It would make far more sense to do it up the ramp. Yes, I note the comment earlier, it might be a bit of a struggle, but there are ways of doing it. And within the waste management plan condition, we will ensure that that is addressed properly and that it is a suitable solution to that issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, okay, having established that using the lift is quite possibly not practical, very timely with the number of bins, and then once you've got them up and down the stairs weighing whatever 440 kilos, my two last points are it's a real shame to see any scheme without the option for recycling in the bins. And my final point is, will it be easier to pull one of these bins up the ramp or push it up? Thank you.
It's a very good question. I don't think I'd want to do either. But there are, again, back to personal experience, there are methods that can use small little I'll call them tractors, I don't know what you call them, battery-operated tractors that pull these bins up. I doubt anyone will be able to push a fully loaded bin or put one up, as you've rightly pointed out. Just certainly not no. But again, that can be addressed within the waste management plan condition. Thank you.
Thank you, because we have a few other people that want to ask something before we move on. Councillor Hodgkin-Jones.
Thank you. Yes, my question is over the concern of the lack of parking, and I just wondered if there was anything that can be done to increase the number of parking slots, or if not, to improve the off-street parking in the immediate vicinity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So just in terms of parking, of course, as William has outlined, there's the loss of 3 on-street parking spaces and under provision of 4 for the development itself. We have calculated a number of spaces outside the houses on Bridgewater. There are 22 spaces for 15 3-bed properties. You explain, so I'll let William explain it. It's his.
Before the meeting, I did a rather sort of quick. I had a parking survey that I sort of did myself. Obviously not a professional one, but obviously one nonetheless done by me. And effectively, what I did was I looked at Bridgewater Way. Now, I calculated about 15 properties in that section of Bridgewater Way. And if there were to be 2 or even 3-bedroom properties, you're looking at 2 spaces per property. So therefore, roughly, you're looking at approximately a total of 30 number spaces. Now, I did a calculation. So if I quickly just show you on the photographs. So where do you see this, where this green hedge is? Beyond there, oops, there's another photograph there, is private parking. What's another photograph on there? Find it. Yeah. Yeah. So there's beyond that hedge, there is a sign that clearly.
William,
oh,
thank
sorry.
you. Members of the public,
sorry.
please allow the officer to speak. Thank you very much.
Okay. So beyond. Well, when I did my site visit, there was a blue sign there that said, beyond this green hedge, there is private parking for residents of Bridgewater Way. So I did a rough calculation. 22 spaces would be available within this private parking area. So that's the rear portion of Bridgewater Way. Then you've got 12 spaces here, towards the front of the site here. 12 spaces along the road here. So approximately you've got around, what's that, 22, say add 12, that's 32, 34, yeah. So 34 spaces in total. So effectively, if you were to calculate the provision, say for 15 3 or even 2-bedroom properties, you're requiring 30 spaces. So 34, both the private and the public space, 34 in total. So even if you take 3 out, you still got, say, 31 spaces. Now, I appreciate this is only a sort of an officer having a look at this myself, but in our view, taking those spaces out would not create a severe impact on the highway network. And also in addition to that, you've got unrestricted parking on Bridgewater Way, as indeed you do a lot of the other roads round about. So in our view, that the scheme, although there is an under-provision, given for the reasons I've set out and the various sustainability measures as well, we as officers feel that this is acceptable, and in the planning balance, it would not outweigh the harm that would otherwise be caused by this. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, William. Yes. So I have a question from Councillor Carter and then Councillor Rosehill.
Thank you,
and
Chair.
then Alan. Thank you.
I have two questions actually, but it's actually directed to the highways, the county's highway. We had a look at the public right-of-way earlier on the map, and in the presentation it was mentioned that it's pretty old. Can you just clarify how old it is and how we're still using such maps on a daily basis? But also, I just want to understand, when we have a report from HBC Highways saying that you don't have any objections to any application or the traffic related to the site and so on, what's the criteria that you use to determine the level of disturbance and so on? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid I don't have information on how old the rights-of-way is. I'm not the rights-of-way officer for the County Council. We have a public rights-of-way team for that. The definitive map is the legal document that records rights-of-way at the point that they're created. Many of them are very historical. They are created by people demonstrating that they have passed and repassed over private land, and that causes them to be recorded on the definitive map. So that is a legal basis. We find in certain situations that the recorded line on a map doesn't reflect what actually happens, and I think this is an example where it's clear where pedestrians walk, but it differs, and obviously you've got housing built on a definitive map. I couldn't tell you when that occurred or whatever, but this planning process is an opportunity to revise that. We are not losing a rights-of-way. Our rights-of-way officer is satisfied with that, and I believe the application for the rediversion has been made. I can sort of see that on the planning website for Hertsmere. So that hopefully responds to the rights-of-way question. In terms of traffic assessment, we are directed by the MPPF, paragraph 116, which sort of says that development can be only refused where it has a severe impact in terms of highway capacity. Obviously, this is 8 dwellings. As a general rule of thumb, which is supported by a methodology known as TRICS, we would identify that each dwelling broadly would generate half a vehicle trip movement out in the morning peak and about 0.25 in the morning peak. So this development of 8 dwellings reasonably will generate 4 movements out in the morning peak. That's if you assume an even spread, that's 1 every 15 minutes. With 1 coming in. Obviously, within the general highway capacity that we have, that would be imperceptible, and certainly against 116 of the MPPF, that would not be defensible as severe. We have looked at accident statistics and data for local junctions, again applying 4 additional movements in an hour at the busiest period would not result in congestion or queuing that would actually sort of begin to back up beyond and be supportable in highway terms.
Thank you. Councillor Rosehill.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm sandwiched between 2 bushy councillors at the moment, so I've got a lot of information that's coming through that I don't necessarily have because I'm not a bushy councillor, but I think general consensus about this. Councillor Quilty asked a question whether it's policy compliant. It's not policy compliant. It's got 33% shortfall in parking requirements. Also incredibly concerned that there are 3 public parking bays that will be lost as part of this scheme. So not only is it not compliant for parking, you're losing parking for the residents. My other point that I wanted to make is more of a point rather than a question. Are the windows, the prison windows, I don't really understand what they are at the back. So they let light in, but it mean that it's unable to see out? And is that because, again, it's another mitigating issue where the distance between the back of the property and the property on Baird Close, I believe it is a really short distance versus what our standard should be? Can you explain a little bit about the distances between the properties and those windows that I don't really understand?
Can you open the windows?
So yes, good point. Obviously, it's true to say yes, the site is constrained, but that's why, you know, obviously the applicant and agent did enter into pre-app discussions in order to work on a scheme collaboratively with the council in order to design something that would obviously meet, and comply with our various policies and various, requirements and so forth. So on that particular point that you raised about the distances from Baird Close, I mean, yes, they are close, 5.8 metres and 5.7 metres towards Baird Close, towards the back of the site. But I think, as I perhaps mentioned before, the backs of the properties have been designed with these rear louvers in place. So I'll just show you that diagram I showed you before. So we can see, this is the back of the site here. So we've got the slatted sort of sections of the building here. So they would still allow natural daylight and sunlight into the rooms, but obviously, the bit round the side here, this section, this open section, would allow natural daylight and sunlight into the rooms, but the slats on the back obviously prevent direct overlooking into the windows and neighbouring kind of gardens of the properties in Baird Close. So, it's been designed, with these measures in mind. In addition to that, obviously we've got full aspect windows at the front of the building. I'll just show you back on the ground floor plans to make that very clear. Ground and first floor plans. So yes, you've got windows. For example, this is the first floor plans. Yeah, you've got windows here. In addition to that, all the habitable rooms are primarily located towards the front of the building. So you've got, mainly kind of like things like bathrooms, en suites and so forth at the back of the buildings. So, you've got the non-habitable spaces towards the back of the building. And in addition to all of that as well, we have got some conditions on there. I think there's an additional condition as per the addendum report that does set out details that have to be submitted, and in particular, what materials would be used for the louvres to ensure that there would be, from an officer's point of view, we're happy with what's been done. So I think it has been very, very carefully considered, and obviously there are tight controls in place to ensure the amenity of neighbouring properties is not in any way compromised. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Handley and then Alan, and then whilst I appreciate other members might have things they want to ask, I think we should move this topic on and vote on it. Yes?
Madam Chairman, I did ask at the beginning that we would take questions first and then comments, and I thought you were still in the question stage. So when we get to the comment stage, I'm sure some of us would like to make comments as well, because we haven't done so yet. We've been restricted by the system.
Fair enough, Councillor. You can, of course, make comments, but I also want to remind people that we have a number of other applications to hear this evening, so most people combine their comments and questions together. Councillor Hanley.
Hello, thank you, Chair. Thank you, William, for your presentation. I think I may have just found the answer I was looking for, which was the measurements of the rooms. So I think we've got measurements of bedrooms here, but I'm wondering if there's measurements of any of the other rooms. Because I've personally been down to that site, and it is quite a small space, and I am wondering how you can fit 8 homes on that site. I know they're flats, but 8, it is a small site, and I'm just wondering what the sizes are of the other rooms, if you have that information. Thank you.
I would perhaps emphasise, so following the January meeting, we did get the agent to clarify with additional plans, and this is obviously one of the separation distances. So as I've highlighted of all the red arrows, you've got 20 metres,
flat sizes.
Sorry, yeah.
Unit size.
I'll come on to a second. So you've got the separation distances, 20 plus metres, 90 metres. All those distances are compliant with our supplementary planning guidance in terms of, when it comes to developing new schemes. So in that regard, it's compliant. Obviously, the distances at the back are not, the 5 metres towards Baird Close. But obviously, as explained to Councillor Rosehill just now, obviously with the louvres in place, that would protect against issues of lots of privacy, overlooking and so forth. The other point, which I think you said about, was it internal space standards, was it? Yeah, the scheme is fully compliant, internal space standards, both in terms of the actual size of the unit and bedroom sizes as well, and also amenity spaces. Obviously, you know, there would be space around the site as communal space, but the balconies provided for all the flats are compliant with the council standards. So in all regards, the scheme is compliant with council's policies and guidance in that regard. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Allen, and then Councillor Quilty can make some comments if he wishes. Thank you.
In terms of parking, I mean, I normally tend emotionally not to put too much weight on parking in these matters, but it's worth noting that it is a net loss of 7 on a relatively small cul-de-sac, and the parking spaces do also serve 19 of the 24 homes on Fiddler Place. It might not be appreciated. It's not a very well-known road, Fiddler Place, but it isn't a road. Fiddler Place, 24 houses and no highway, is only paths. So everyone who lives in Fiddler Place has to park on Ashfield Avenue or on Bridgewater Way. The Bridgewater parking also serves 3 of the homes on Baird Close, most of which doesn't have a road either. So this area where the bays are lost serves more homes considerably than 7 to 24 Bridgewater. It is a very complicated neighbourhood, which is why 8 flats, and we're still here after an hour and a quarter, because this is such a convoluted proposition, I think. I'll come to my question, which is really about visual amenity, which I think is the biggest issue here, because, as Councillor Shah said, it spills out. It's 1.5 metres taller than the neighbouring house. And the question I asked at PTM on Tuesday, William, was how much does it come out from the existing row, which is 7 onwards? So 2 questions. How far does it stick out from the existing buildings? And also, for that CGI we saw a bit earlier in the presentation, that CGI, to my mind, is from the most flattering angle they could think of. If you had a CGI from the other direction, looking right to left and looking down to up, I think it would give a rather different impression. So, is there a CGI from the other angle so we can see how it sticks out? Okay. I hadn't seen that one before. That answers the question.
To answer about the front projections, because I did have a slide showing those particular. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I can just go back and forth too many times. No. Yeah, there you go. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Yes, you're absolutely right. We had some slides showing that. So yeah, we can show this is number 7 here. So the full projection is 0.8 of a metre. From there to there. Then similarly, if you were to draw a line there and project there to there, that's 1.1 metres. And similarly, if you go from there to there, that's 2.1 metres. And similarly towards the back of the site, if you take it from the rear of number 7, the distance there to there is 2.8 metres. It's perhaps just reinforcing, I see your point about the concerns about the full projection of the building, but it's perhaps just worth noting that the road does swoop round. So you've got the swoop of Bridgewater Way here like that. The site is obviously angled slightly. So in essence, that's following the kind of sweep of the road. So in essence, whilst it may seem it's projecting forward, it's actually corresponding, if you like, to
Can you go back to that the CGI you did bring up from the other angle? Go back to that one. Back one.
The back,
Nope.
No, okay.
one of the cars.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
Okay, so the top one there. So the grey building on the right, that's number 7. So you see it sticks out there. Now that's not the sweep of the road, because there's only 80 centimetres between the 2 buildings. So how much does it stick out at that point from the neighbouring house, which is only a metre away? It sticks out 1 metre, is that right?
Yeah, I'll go back to the, it's quite clearly, the distance from there, that's the edge of number 7 Bridgewater Way to the edge is 0.8 metres. That's the forward protection when measured in comparison to the front elevation, number 7. So that distance there, just moving the cursors.
What I take from that, I mean, for me, I'll move on very quickly, but for me, bear in mind it's composed of a totally different materiality from any of the other buildings on Milner Court or Bridgewater. It sticks out 1.5 metres above and 1 metre in front. And for me, it will look like an alien spaceship has landed in this little cul-de-sac. For that reason, Chair, I'd like to move refusal on 2 grounds: harm to visual amenity, and it's not parking policy compliant.
Thank
put
you
us all
very
out of our
much.
misery.
One moment. I think the officer would like to make a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Allen, thank you. Just on the 2 points on parking, something I'd like to point out. Yes, there is an under provision, but there has to refuse the application and for it to be defendable at appeal, we have to demonstrate that there would be a severe impact on the highway from that under provision. Under provision of 4, as you said, on the development itself, and then the loss of the 3 on-street parking spaces, as you said, 7 in total. We'd have to demonstrate at appeal that will have a severe impact on the highway. Now, I very much, in my opinion, I can't see that would stand up at appeal. Your 7 parking spaces, in my view, could be absorbed into the highway. I know what you're saying, people are losing spaces, and yes, that is happening. There's no argument about it. We have to demonstrate that. If this went to appeal, an inspector would look at it, and I'm very, very sure they would look at that and go, well, you haven't got a 5-year housing land supply. This is a prime site within an urban, suburban area for development. If you refuse this, and as everyone knows, we don't have a 5-year housing land supply. We have pressure to build housing. That's going to increase pressure on other areas of the borough, like Greenbelt. So we're pushing a problem away and creating another potentially. So I'm just worried. Again, and on questions you made, points you made about the visual impact, the houses on Bridgewater Road, they stagger. This staggers. If I looked at it, again, I'm not an inspector, but I imagine an inspector would look at this. Okay, this staggers. It follows the sweep of the road, as William called it, the curve in the road. It follows it. It doesn't impact on the neighbours. Going back to Councillor Rosehill's comments about the way the back of it is designed, I have, again, yes, it's maybe something different for this committee, but I have seen these design solutions many, many times and have worked successfully. It is a constrained site, but these are the kind of sites that, in my view, we should be trying to approve, because again, we need the housing. Doesn't tick every box, but of course it doesn't. But I can't see that this development it has demonstrable harm on the highway or on the character of the area as to actually upholding a refusal at appeal. I imagine we would lose an appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Rosehill.
I'd like to second the refusal with the same grounds as Maxine.
Okay.
Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Quilty, I know you wanted to make a comment. Can you just make it very brief then, and then we need to vote?
And I will,
Thank
and
you.
I'll be very, very brief. I've been the local county councillor for this area for over 20 years. Long time. And I agree with my political colleague here, Councillor Allen, in relation to the parking issues in that particular area. It's caused to a certain extent because there is no on-street parking availability. So when you look at that particular slide, you think, oh yeah, well, I mean, if I get by one of these flats, I'll be able to park around the corner in the road. Well, there isn't any roads around the corner. If you looked, there's Hertsmere Road, there's no parking there because you can't park on them, you can't park there. You can't park on Cold Harbour Lane, it's so difficult. You can't park there. So there's an awful lot of the roads there which have no parking. There isn't any.
Thank you.
So therefore, I think it's very easy to say that you can park on the roads, but there isn't any parking on the roads. So therefore, if the Highways Authority were to ask me, as the current local county councillor, would I approve the removing of a public asset, I would say no.
Thank you,
we
sir.
shouldn't remove
Yes,
it away.
thank you. You've made your
Thank
point.
you.
Thank you very much. We need to vote, committee. Thank you. Can you do?
Thank you. I just want to check if you're proposing an alternative recommendation for refusal, what the planning grounds are.
As mentioned, it is not parking policy compliant and, in my consideration, harm to visual amenity and street scene.
If I'm
Councillor Allen, would you be able to clarify when you say not policy compliant, what policies or what section?
Well, earlier, one member asked William if it was parking policy compliant, and he said no.
Okay, so it's in relation to parking, just to clarify.
Saddam 40, I'm advised by my neighbour.
Okay, so, and Councillor Rosal, you've seconded that. Thank you. So the recommendation is for refusal on on the parking provision not being parking policy compliant and the effect on visual amenity. Can we take the vote, please, then? Thank you. Sorry, one minute. Sorry. Councillor Giorgio, are you voting for or against or abstaining
Against.
for the refusal? No. So the recommendation is refusal. So are you voting for the refusal, against the refusal, or abstaining?
Against the refusal.
Councillor Handley.
For the refusal.
Councillor Hodgson-Jones. Councillor Kazar.
Against.
Councillor Quilty. Councillor Rosehill.
For refusal.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Sussman.
For the refusal.
Councillor Allen.
For the refusal.
Councillor Amron.
For refusal.
Councillor Green.
Against.
That has been carried, the recommendation for refusal.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Does the committee want a 5-minute break before we go on to the next one? Okay. If you can come back here then at 19:34 and we'll start item 2. Thank you.
The application relates to the creation of 2 metre wide footpaths. So sort of throughout the woodland area here, there's 2 metre wide footpaths constructed with the laying of bark mulch. So that use and that construction method would be appropriate to that woodland setting. Throughout the site, linking with existing footpaths within the village green and beyond, is a more formalised footpath, and that would be constructed out of compressed gravel. And then running around the perimeter, linking into those footpaths, would be mown footpath links. A new stepped access to link the village green to Byron Avenue is created to the north-east of the site here, and I'll show you some slides in relation to that design shortly. And then throughout the rest of the site, we've got associated development relating to some seating and 3 different options for seating, a trim trail, which is sort of natural play equipment, and then some associated information boards, directional signs, and then some litter bins, dog waste bins. So just in terms of construction, access for construction, the agents indicated that that would be taken to this southwestern corner here via an existing field access off Barnet Road. And you'll see within the later slide, in terms of that additional condition relating to the construction management plan, it just clarifies that and asks for full details to be submitted prior to development commencing. So looking here at the stepped access, as I said, this is created to the north-east of corner, linking the new village green with Byron Avenue. It would be constructed in timber with a compressed gravel surface, and this would also be appropriate to that woodland setting. Now, as has been mentioned within some of the consultative responses from third parties, there's concern that the stepped access would not create access for all. However, officers have reviewed this, and to facilitate provision for all would result in more loss of the protected trees, and this is primarily due to the level changes between the sites and the garage court at Byron Avenue. In addition, there are alternative accesses into the village green in the locality that do provide level access. So officers overall are content that this stepped approach is acceptable in this case. So looking at that stepped access in a bit more detail, so you can see that would be created sort of where this yellow sort of just exits off the site. It would result in the removal of 1 tree, so T160. So although this is a category C, a low quality tree, it falls within the woodland TPO, so it is protected by the tree preservation order, albeit in itself it falls to be low quality. There's 2 other areas of planting that needs to be removed, so group 1 and group 3 planting. These are also category C, low quality, so some overgrown planting really around one of these air shafts, and then some towards that access on Barnet Lane. So whilst this loss of planting is somewhat regrettable, it would facilitate pedestrian access and movement through the site, and the legal agreement and deregistration and exchange of the land does secure extensive replanting of trees, so officers are content with this. Looking at the proposed seating now, so you have got 2 picnic benches. These are sited to that eastern side of the open space. There would be 1 seat fairly central within that formalised footpath, and then 3 benches. Here's the trim trail equipment, so stepping stones, balance walks, balance beams and swinging steps. I've included the photographs here because it's just a bit easier to sort of understand actually the appearance of those in comparison to the drawings themselves. So these would be sited quite informally around that mown footpath. Again, timber construction appropriate to that sort of rural setting, and they would encourage movement through the space and add to the enjoyment of the use. And then fairly generic litter bins, dog waste bins, information boards, and a directional sign as sort of set out. And just turning to some site photographs here, so you can see sort of the direction of where this is taken from. This is very much looking back with my back to the woodland and looking across the site. So these are the only 2 trees that really remain or are within the open space currently. The rest of the trees around the perimeter. You can just see here the air shafts in the distance. And then a photograph now from within the open space looking back onto that woodland. and then just a photograph here on the right-hand side showing you sort of the character of what that woodland setting, and this is where those informal bulk marsh footpaths would be laid. And actually walking through that woodland, there's already quite a lot of informal pedestrian routes already laid out. So turning to the member update, as set out earlier in the presentation, the construction access would be via that southwestern corner at Barnet Lane, but we are suggesting a construction management plan condition be imposed requiring the full details of that access prior to commencement, and that would cover dealing with any conflict with vehicles or pedestrians at that point, parking for any operatives or contractors for the site, and then your normal sort of storage of plants and machinery, and any sort of security fencing that might need to be erected whilst the works are commenced. Following comments from the county ecologist, we're also now seeking to impose a condition relating to construction environmental management plan, so your CEMP, and that sort of addresses the points set out there. And probably a good point to pause on here in relation to ecology is that full ecology reports were submitted with the application for the deregistration of the land, and no concerns were raised at that time by the Secretary of State. So this current application is supported by updated ecology reports, and as I noted, no concerns from the council's ecologist. Also to note is that that legal agreement did secure some ecological works in relation to an environmental implementation, maintenance and management plan. So officers are seeking to add those 2 extra conditions to the ones set out within the committee report. So in a summary, the application would align with the Secretary of State's approval and associated legal agreement for the deregistration and exchange of the village green land. The new pedestrian access routes into the village green with informal and formal footpaths through the woodland and open space would be pleasant routes and encourage movement through the space. The seating and trim trail add to the enjoyment of use. The development would result in the loss of 1 tree, and that is subject to that woodland TPO, and other planting would be removed. However, both are of low quality, category C, and their removal is required to facilitate the development. In addition, as I set out, their loss is fully compensated with replacement planting as secured within the Secretary of State's decision. There would otherwise be no concerns in relation to highway matters. Noted that the new access would be formed via steps rather than a slope or anything similar, but as I've set out, we feel that is justified in this case. And then otherwise, matters in relation to ecology, flood risk and drainage and neighbouring amenity are considered to be acceptable. And our recommendation this evening is that planning permission be granted subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have speakers on this topic, so please listen for your name and come forward. Please can I call Mrs. Pat Strack to speak against the application? You will have 3 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
I'm speaking on behalf of members of Woodcock Hill Village Green Committee and the Austrian Borehamwood Greenbelt Society on an application in the Greenbelt that is fundamentally flawed in 3 specific areas: destruction of habitats, accessibility, and practical issues. Destruction of habitats. In 2002, the area was registered as a local wildlife site, and TPOs were registered with HBC on the trees. Public concern for the importance of trees as habitats was highlighted by the recent Whitewebs Park Enfield Oak fiasco. Trees are our living heritage and need protection as much as our built environment. It's an area that has been undisturbed for a century or more. We need to protect it. Undergrowth removal will undoubtedly disturb wildlife. 4.7, it is acknowledged by their ecological report that badgers would use the area for foraging and a route. There are badger sets on Woodcock Hill and reports of badgers in the immediate area. The exact location is secret for protection. The ecological impact is significant. Plans include hard landscaping and selective tree removal, causing habitat loss. Where is the biodiversity net gain? Accessibility, 5.2.14. The access via the garages at Byron Avenue is steep, and steps preclude accessibility for wheelchairs, buggies, disabled, elderly and frail. The Equality Act 2010 places a duty on local authorities to prevent discrimination against people with disabilities. Accordingly, local authorities must make reasonable adjustments to ensure paths are as accessible as possible. This path is not. Practical issues. If equipment benches, litter bins, dog poo bins and signage will be provided, who will be managing this? 5.3.31 points out that all of this work must take place outside the nesting season, beginning of March to the end of July. Taylor Wimpey have agreed to pay maintenance to Herts County Council in the range of £350,000 for the whole site for 15 years. Who will manage and maintain the site, and what happens after 15 years? Focus on these aspects. Destruction of habitats can't be renewed. Accessibility, there is none. Practical issues, a lot of questions to be answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please can I call Mr. James Wharton Mayon to speak for the application? You will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair. My name is James Orton-Malin from Taylor Wimpey. In May 2022, the Secretary of State confirmed approval to Taylor Wimpey's application to deregister 8.2 acres of the Woodcock Hill Village Green in exchange for a larger, improved area of Village Green immediately to the west, totaling 8.8 acres. This is the land subject to this hard landscaping application being heard tonight. Despite judicial review proceedings being raised against the Secretary of State's decision, in October 2024, the Supreme Court refused permission to appeal, and as a result, the Village Green Exchange became free from challenge, and this hard landscaping application was able to be brought forward. The Village Green deregistration and exchange application set out how the new, larger area of land would be an improvement to the former Village Green, as it would be larger in size, deliver ecological enhancements, create areas of play, seating, walking and cycling, as well as establish a funded management regime to ensure the long-term accessibility of the Village Green to the local community. This long-term management, by way of a management company, will improve the condition of the local wildlife site, which is currently in a non-favourable condition due to scrub encroachment, delivering a meaningful improvement to the land in the longer term. While the majority of physical improvement works associated with the new Village Green comprise soft landscaping, including the planting of more than 1,000 native tree saplings, the sowing of wildflower meadow and grassland which do not require planning permission, this application being heard tonight seeks approval to hard landscaping works which add to the overall user experience of the Village Green and comprise the following. A hog-in footpath through the centre of the scheme offering a direct route from southwest Boreham Wood on Barnet Lane to Vale Avenue in the northeast. Mulch footpaths through areas of TPO woodland provide a woodland walking route of a wholly different character to the existing routes elsewhere within the Village Green, and a new stepped access to Byron Avenue completes an attractive walking loop for residents to the north of the green. There'll be 6 seating benches throughout the scheme, trim trail equipment including stepping stones, an inclined balance walk, swinging steps and triple balance beams, all of which in a natural wood finish and again are different to the existing Village Green offering. There will also be an information board installed on the front of the 2 Victorian tunnel railway shafts to explain the history of how the tunnels were constructed. The text and images within this board will be produced in consultation with local history groups, should they be interested in inputting. To prevent littering, we'll be installing 3 litter bins, 2 dog waste bins, and the management regime with the management company will ensure adequate regular clearance of these. In summary, this hard landscaping application sets out a range of improvements to the current Village Green, which will increase the use and enjoyment of the land by the community and ensure the delivery of a new, improved and better connected Village Green for the wider community of Boreham Wood. Taylor Wimpey believe that this well-considered scheme that will deliver an enhanced local green space for the community and which is recommended for approval by Hertsmere planning officers should be supported by this committee. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Please can I call Councillor Bright as community advocate against the application, and you will have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. Lots of words, very fast, very quick, isn't it? Lots of words, but it's more than about words, isn't it? It's about the feelings and the people who walk the land at the moment and the people who've lived around the land for all these years and what's now being considered and how they feel about it. And I've been approached as a councillor for Elstree, having been asked by the local groups, including the Woodcock Hill Village Group, and Moonstone Rescue, to speak against this planning application. That's what they've asked me to do. And they've pointed out things, that some of which I already know, because I've lived nearby for many, many years. The destruction of habitats is critical. We were hearing about a tree before in Bushy. You can't just take out trees with TPOs just because it doesn't suit you or just because it's inconvenient. They found a plan, it didn't go through, but to at least keep the tree. Here it's let's get rid of a tree. And we know that tree habitats, as Mrs. Strack mentioned, Enfield Park recently, they're a living heritage and they need protection, and that's why they've got TPOs on them. And what's the blooming point of having TPOs if we don't stick to it? And it was us that granted the TPO in the first place. It's been noted that there's badges on Woodcock Hill site, and we know about the Badges Act 92, we know about Schedule 6 of the Wildlife and Countryside Act, and Section 40 of the Natural Environment and Rural Communities Act. And let's not forget that it's on the border of what seems like an urban conurbation, but we are in an area of community and wildlife, and we need to consider that. We need to remember that. But for me, and I don't want to repeat what Councillor Strack's, former Councillor Strack's already said, for me, it's about accessibility as much as anything else. The proposed access, and those of you who know the area well, as I do, via the garages at Byron Avenue, it's very steep. And the steps preclude access for wheelchairs, for buggies, for the disabled, for the elderly and the frail. It's a 1 in 4 ascent up the hill, and then it's a 1 in 4 descent onto the new Village Green. And the Equality Act places a duty on local authorities to prevent discrimination against people with disabilities, ensuring paths are as accessible as possible. If someone tells me this is the only place you can stick a path, then I'm telling you, then you can stick your path, because it's not acceptable. If you're going to do something like this and say that there's community benefits, then it's got to be for all the community. You can't say we're going to detract and distract away from the trees and from the local habitat, the wildlife, some of which the habitat's been there for 100 years. We're going to have to move that, but we're going to put you in a nice new, nice sparkly sort of access, but a large number of the people will not be able to get up it. Well, that's completely and utterly ridiculous. That's not even robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's robbing Peter and it's robbing Paul. So look, yes, I do, of course, focus on the destruction of habitats and the practical concerns, what's going to happen after 15 years and all that. But for me, as well as protecting the invaluable wildlife at Woodcock Hill, it's about the fact that if you're going to make and seek to make something better, and if you're going to try and persuade people that actually what we're coming up with is going to be better for the environment, it's going to be better for the habitat, and it's going to be better for residents, then at least do something which makes it that way. Don't say, well, it's going to cut 50% of the local population out because they won't be able to get up and down it. I'm not saying I'm against the ideas generally on a personal basis, but I understand why residents are concerned, and I certainly wouldn't be able to support something which doesn't allow the sort of access in today's day and age that the disabled, the elderly, the frail, the wheelchairs, the mothers, the fathers, the buggies that we need, because that's not appropriate way of conducting our business. So I do hope that a message will be sent to Taylor Wimpey that says, yes, we understand you got the land, and we understand what the Secretary of State did. We're not holding it against you. That's the way that it is. But you're going to have to step up to the plate. And this is not the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Officers, do you have any comments before I ask members?
Thank you, and thank you for the comments. I think a lot of them have probably been addressed within the presentation, but it's probably worthwhile coming back on a few of those points. I think sort of some of the comments sort of seem to be more sort of regarding sort of the principle of sort of that exchange of the land, which obviously has already been secured by the Secretary of State. So regardless of the outcome of this application, this parcel of land outlined in red remains as part of the Village Green. So the Secretary of State has already determined that this would be an enhancement in terms of habitat and quality of provision. Obviously, as we've heard, it actually provides more space than the existing Village Green. In terms of sort of comments about the destruction of habitats and the wildlife, the council's ecologist, as I've said, has reviewed the application and is content that the works would not result in any adverse impact to protected species or otherwise. Again, in terms of badgers and sort of impacts from any of the hard landscaping, and the hard landscaping really runs throughout that centre, more open part of the site that's currently or formerly in equestrian use. They're also content that there's no adverse impact. Again, the application was supported with a suite of ecological documents that have been fully assessed to be acceptable. We're imposing the conditions as set out within the committee report, and that new imposed condition we're recommending. Picking up on the point about biodiversity net gain, that's covered within our committee report. So 7.7.7 talks about the application being intrinsically linked to the Secretary of State's decision, which secured significant biodiversity net gain as part of that legal agreement, and therefore this application is not required in itself to require that, because it would be double counting. Some comments about the trees. I appreciate that any loss of a tree subject, especially one subject to a TPO, is regrettable, and that is something that officers have given full consideration to. So, as I said, this tree is covered by a TPO, but that's because it lies within the woodland, the wider woodland TPO. So in itself, it is a poor quality tree or a lower quality tree, and its loss is required to facilitate that pedestrian access. So a pedestrian access from the new Village Green into Byron Avenue was always anticipated to come in at this point. So the Secretary of State was always mindful that a new access point would be here. To put in a fully compliant route would result in much more loss of protected trees. So there has to, in our view, it's a bit of a balance to be had. So we feel that this stepped approach has the least impact in terms of those protected trees. Mindful of the comments regarding discrimination and accessibility for all, there are other access points into the Village Green, so this is very much an additional access point to facilitate additional movement from that north. So there's existing and a new proposed pedestrian access will come off Vale Avenue. You can see here on the aerial photograph, oh, I've lost my cursor, there we are, on Carrington Avenue. There's an existing access point here off Barnet Lane, and you're going to have the additional one in this southwest corner. So those are level accesses. So Vale Avenue here and Carrington Avenue, they are level accesses. So yes, this is stepped access and it wouldn't be accessible for all, and that is a matter that perhaps weighs against the merit of the application, but there are other accessible accesses to the site. And I think I've covered everything there I wanted to, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Does members have anything they want to ask? Councillor Quilty, yes, and then Councillor Kaza. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to phrase this as a question, but you can take it as a bit of a comment as well. You know, I think this is it's not my area. I live in Bushy, but come to Boreham Wood quite a lot, come to Earl Street quite a lot, and I know where this site is, but I don't know the actual details of it. So could the officers explain how much public consultation was done in relation to the application? And can I say that if there wasn't any, and if it wasn't done in depth, I think it should be done in depth, and I think maybe we should be just prejudging this, and maybe we should be sort of thinking about deferring this for the public consultation. But I'll just mention it now, just in case I can't come back. Thank you.
No, thank you for the question and opportunity to respond. Officers are absolutely content. We've done thorough consultation. So consultation for the application was undertaken by way of 2 site notices. It was also advertised in the newspaper, and we notified 127 neighbours via letter. So quite extensive consultation for the application.
If I can come back, that's not public consultation, that's telling people that it's happening. Consultation's a two-way street. Talking to people, public exhibitions, taking residents' views as to whether they want the sort of what they consider should be the steps, how they should be managed, the entrances into the site, whether or not 2 benches, for example, is 2 benches too many to sit on, or maybe they want more. that's public consultation. I think just putting a notice on a board isn't it a public consultation as far as I'm concerned?
Thank you. Yeah, take the point. The application, when you said consultation, I thought you meant the formal consultation. So in terms of formal consultation, that has been extensive and undertaken correctly. In terms of consultation prior to the application, I wasn't the officer dealing with the Secretary of State decision or any involvement on that, but it's quite clear when you look at the submission that was with the Secretary of State that where the access routes were always anticipated, where the pedestrian movements would be, the design of the benches, even the design of the steps is included within the documentation for the Secretary of State. So that has always been in the public domain, but I'm not in a position to comment in terms of how much public consultation was undertaken prior to that deregistration and exchange of land application being submitted, and nor is there actually a requirement for the agent or the applicant to undertake that, albeit as officers we would always encourage public consultation.
Thank you. Councillor Kaza and then Councillor Giorgio.
Thank you, Chair. As members of the committee know, I'm the ward councillor for this area, so I know the area pretty well. First of all, thank you for the presentation, and especially the presentation on Tuesday. I was pretty apprehensive going into that meeting, and then I was pretty reassured to some extent post that meeting and post the updates and clarification behind it. It's good to see that the construction management plan has been included to mention that the access, especially during the construction phase, would happen through Barnett Lane and not through, obviously, the residential area of Byron Avenue. I'm just curious, which is kind of my first question, I'm curious as to what would happen post the construction phase in terms of if any maintenance-related activities need to happen, where would the access on that side be? That's my first question. I'll come back to other ones.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, so maintenance and the management of the new village green in terms of the soft landscaping is already secured within the legal agreement that the Secretary of State obviously determined. Other maintenance works related to sort of more of the hard landscaping work, so sort of maintenance checks on the trim trail and the benches, etc. Officers don't consider would generate significant traffic movements, and therefore any of the access points really into the village green could potentially be used. I think if members were sort of mindful that that is quite a consideration, then it could be that on the update conditions, so the first one, construction management plan, we could alter that so it says submission of a detailed construction management plan requiring details of the construction access points. So we could change that to say construction access and points for management, so we can include that if you felt that was necessary.
Then going back to could you go back to the slide regarding background, please? Yeah, that's it. Thank you. So could you just confirm, obviously Taylor Wimpey have most of the land and has been deregistered. I understand that bit. I just want to know, going forward in the future, if there's an application in the immediate vicinity of this land, would the area, especially in the yellow, be protected in terms of any expansion, or would that be affected, is what I'm trying to get at?
Yes, so you're right, the yellow and the green land remain within the designation of village green. So as I understand, there's no desire for any application to be extended in that, but that would be heavily resisted. Obviously, it's protected in policy terms, so I would quite strongly be saying officers wouldn't be supportive of any loss of that. Obviously, if an application came forward, we'd need to determine it accordingly, but it is protected and retained as a village land.
And finally, could you go to the slide regarding, regarding stairs? That's the one, thank you. I think it was the community advocate who mentioned, I believe, 1:4 ratio of climbing and descending up the stairs. I'm just wondering if that's something that could be addressed in terms of shallowing the steps. Maybe extending the path of the steps to have better access to it. I'm aware that I do recognise that some access to this part of the site from other areas, especially Vale Avenue, Carrington Avenue, and so on, would obviously be there. But in terms of the steps, in terms of access, I think this is the first time I'd be agreeing with Councillor Bright on this one, accessibility. Yeah, in terms of the stairs, is this the final design, or can it be amended?
I mean, this is the application, the detail that's been submitted with the application. I'm not going to pretend I'm an expert on steps and sort of whether any changes to that would be better in terms of facilitating access. I'm not convinced it would be, to be honest. I think the issue to be mindful of is any changes. You can see on that left-hand photo or image just how dense the trees are there. This has been carefully chosen, this size, this design, to minimise any impact on those trees. I think any redesign would need careful consideration as to what other impacts it would have, and I'm not sure that a change to those steps would actually alter the accessibility for all in any event.
This is actually not perfect, because I was going to come to this slide. Because, see, we have the red line area within the site, and then beyond that, there's a bit of greenery that obviously goes into the garages of Byron Avenue, which is controlled and maintained by the Hertsmere Borough. So is there any discussions that we can have with asset management, and I believe was, let me get the correct department up, sorry. Property services. Can we have any discussions with them in terms of, I don't know, extending or maybe just, as I said, any ways to shallow the steps and address the gradient issue? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so there have been extensive conversations with asset management at Hertsmere Borough Council. Because, as you know, sort of the garage site is within our ownership, so the discussions we've had is really in terms of facilitating the development shown. So the agent has agreed the terms of the licence with the authority, but there hasn't been, as far as I'm aware, any wider discussions about the development encroaching onto our land that would cause other issues if we wanted to do that, to sort of change, the gradient or whatever it might be. But no, those conversations haven't taken place.
Thank you. Councillor Giorgio, yes.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask a little bit about the access from Vale Avenue and whether improvements will be made to the pathways. I mean, at the moment, it seems it's very much a dirt track, and so accessibility to the site probably isn't great at the moment, and I wouldn't want perfect to be, or to get in the way of improvements being made. Best is the enemy of better very often in this case, and I think the worst thing that could happen is for a conservative approach to be made where nothing happens on this site and basically we don't make any improvement, which then puts in danger improvements to access to the site in the future. And we've already seen, one recommendation overturned earlier this evening, probably due to proximity to the political elections. I don't want to see another recommendation being overturned today, where we're going to have improvements that could be made in the local area, but which are basically overturned because of small issues which could easily be addressed in the future.
Members, can I just say something that I think we should keep our questions related to the applications in front of us rather than deviating as to what may or may not be happening in a few weeks' time. Thank you. Apologies, Councillor Giorgio, did you ask a question?
Sorry, the question was about the access from Vale Avenue.
Thank you, sorry, yes.
Thank you. Yes, so the access points from Vale Avenue obviously lie outside of the red edge, so there's no proposal to make any alterations to that within this application before you this evening. As I set out on one of the earlier slides to do with the background, the Secretary of State's decision did include some of the land within the yellow and the blue, and what that does, as I think I say in that second paragraph, I said it's subject to the legal agreement which requires the applicant to complete works in accordance with the approved landscape master plan. So that landscape master plan does deal with existing or landscape features within that sort of yellow and blue land. I can't comment to you this evening as to whether that includes changes to the existing access on Vale Avenue, but as I understand, because one of the access points from existing access points on Vale Avenue crosses the red land, that would be resited to another location on Vale Avenue. So I don't anticipate that there is opportunity for that, but this application this evening does not address that.
Thank you. Councillor Allen?
The big decision has already been made with the re-registration, and that came from government and it's been to the High Court. And so that is the fundamental, major, significant decision, which we have no influence over here. So I understand why there are objections and concerns about this proposal, but I suppose I can't see what happens if it's refused. So what is the fallback? What, if we refuse this, what happens? In terms of turning the new patch of ground into the village green, what would happen? There's nothing.
That's a good question, because it's not going to go back. So what
Thank you.
Happened? Thank you.
So I think I sort of cover this off in 3.6 of the report. So it says, it's important to note that whilst the legal agreement requires the applicant to apply for planning permission for the works, should permission not be forthcoming, it would not invalidate, revoke or alter the order for the registration and exchange of the land. So that is unique village green. So the outcome of this application doesn't affect the status of it. Perhaps a new application would be forthcoming. I don't know. There's requirements within that legal agreement and timescales for them to submit applications to us. But it doesn't alter the fact that the deregistration and exchange of the land has already happened and has got permission.
By that logic, if that's the legal agreement, if they apply for permission and are refused, could they say, well, we asked and they said no, so we'll just forget it now? I mean, it sounds like they wouldn't be obliged to do anything else if they were refused this.
It's a good question. I don't think, just in terms of conversations with the applicant and the agent, there's any, they're not trying to get out of doing the works to them. They very much want to sort of comply with the legal agreement. I think I'd need to get a legal view on how we would stand if we were in a position that, we didn't grant this, we didn't grant a subsequent application, etc.
Okay.
Thank you. As this is a planning application, if it was refused, they have the right to appeal.
Okay.
Because it's for the work, this application is for the works.
And as we alluded to earlier, if it's a fully compliant application, they may well win. Sussman, sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As a non-whipped member of the Planning Committee, I would like to...
Excuse me.
Sorry,
said,
Chair.
thank you, I said
I was
we
being
will leave
non-political.
all of that, thank you very much, at the door, and we will ask pertinent questions about the application in front of us.
I will ask a question now.
Yes, please, thank you.
As a member of the Planning Committee, Councillor Kaza first brought up about accessibility, and this is quite concerning. I think I would like to know how there is access to the site, because there's very limited, negligible public parking, sort of local parking to the entrances, and I just need some reassurance on what might be happening with that. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I just share another slide, might be helpful just to sort of set the scene a bit. So here, just just taken from Google. So at the moment, there's an access point here from Byron Avenue, where my cursor is. That's relatively level, though you would need to go through sort of, I don't want to say a turnstile, but it's pretty constrained there. This is parking. I'm just saying that is lost by part of the proposal, and that loss of that footpath has already been agreed by the Secretary of State's decision. This access point here from Vale Avenue will be also lost, and has already been agreed by the Secretary of State's decision. So at the moment, there's no access from sort of this sort of northern parcel into the new village green. So if this wasn't, this is an additional pedestrian access to facilitate increased pedestrian movement throughout the site. Without it, you would have to retain just off Vale Avenue, off Carrington Avenue and off Barnet Lane, and officers are trying to engage with the developer here to the west to get access points through. So without it, so what I'm saying, it's not an improvement to an existing pedestrian route, it's an additional, so it's a benefit in terms of movement. Yes, it's not movement for all, but it is movement. But you're right, in terms of where's the nearest place if you wanted to park your vehicle to access the site, you would very much probably need to park on one of these adjoining sites and walk through.
Does anyone have anything else they want to ask before I ask for someone to move that we accept? Yes, Councillor Quilty.
I was just going to come back again. I did suggest at the beginning that it might be something that maybe there should be more work done. And I don't know, I'll leave it to the committee, other members. I'm not going to propose deferment, but I think I would support one, put it that way. But I do believe, because on the grounds that I think more work needs to be done in relation to the accessibility side of this, and I think that you also have to consider those that are disabled, and we don't need to go into the ins and outs of all that now, but there does appear to be a genuine issue here in relation to that, and maybe in relation to also to the public's view of what the public want out of their village green, because that's what this is going to be. So anyway, I'll leave it up to the committee and let them decide. I would support whatever they want to do.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kaza.
Thank you, Chair. I think based on everything that we've heard, everything that we can consider, I think it would be appropriate to put a motion forward for the recommendation of this application.
Does anyone else want to second?
Yes, I'd be happy to second.
Thank you. We can go to votes then. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the recommendation is as set out in the report and the additional report and the addendum. So if I take the vote, Councillor Allen?
For.
Councillor Amron?
For.
Councillor Giorgio?
For.
Councillor Handley?
For.
Councillor Hodgson-Jones?
For.
Councillor Quilty? Councillor Rosehill?
Against.
Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Sussman?
Against.
Councillor Kazar?
For.
Councillor Green?
For.
That's been carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move on to 5C, which is 24/1618/FUL Shenley Grange, 43 London Road. Councillor Sussman's leaving for this topic, thank you. And I invite Josh Lem to present when he is ready.
Application relates to Shenley Grange, 43 London Road, Shenley. Before I start, I just wanted to draw your attention to the update sheet. So there's been a few points of clarification on the application and the committee report, as well as a slight amendment to condition 32, which is set out in that update sheet. Officers are also aware that a letter has been shared with some of the members relating to the golden rules. So I have discussed this within the committee report, but I will also be covering that briefly in my presentation as well, just to clarify those points. So this application proposes the demolition of existing structures, which includes the existing dwelling on the site and its associated outbuildings, and the erection of 95 dwellings, associated parking, landscaping, publicly accessible open space, and connections to the Watling Chase Timberland Trail with a pedestrian and vehicular access from London Road. There would be a total of 95 units, of which 40% would be affordable tenures. The application seeks full planning permission as opposed to outline permission, so that means that full details have been submitted with the application. The site does form part of a draft allocation in the draft local plans. That's site HEL 349, which that draft allocation is for 180 dwellings. This site only forms part of that allocation, so about 60% of the site roughly. But for avoidance of doubt, only very limited weight could be given to that draft allocation at most, given the very premature stage of that plan. Also, whilst the site is not allocated in the neighbourhood plan, the plan does state at paragraph 1.51 that some support was shown to the potential allocation of the site through the local plan process. To clarify, the applicant has engaged with officers throughout our pre-application and PPA process to improve the scheme and to reduce the harms occurring. It should also be noted that a previous application for 177 dwellings was refused in 2023. Whilst the application was submitted by a different applicant, the applicant for this application has sought to address the reasons for refusal in that case with this reduced scheme for 95 dwellings. So this slide is just to show you an aerial view of the site taken from the applicant's design and access statement. You can see that the site is predominantly open grassland, but you have got the existing building here and its associated outbuildings. I should also note that the application includes extensions number 41 London Road, which is up in this part of the site, so there'll be a side extension to that. As well as garages to the rear where this existing tennis court is located. There's an existing decorative pond to the front of the site here, which is behind that row of trees fronting London Road. This woodland here forms part of the local green space as identified in the neighbourhood plan. And you've got the Watling Chase Timberland Trail to the rear of the site, which is also known as Public Right-of-Way 10. Just for clarity, you've got Public Right-of-Way 11 along over here as well, which is the current link from London Road to the Timberland Trail. In terms of gradient, there's a very gentle fall from east to west across much of the site, which becomes more slightly steeper as you get towards the Timberland Trail here. So just to show you some site photos. So number one is looking up Watford Road. So you can see number 41 London Road here, which is the former gatehouse of the Shenley Grange, and that sort of green frontage to London Road, to which the site is behind. This is the existing dwelling on the site, which would be demolished. So it's not listed or locally listed, so no objection in principle to that being demolished. Again, sort of the driveway area showing some of the outbuildings of that dwelling here. Number 4, looking northwest within the site. 5, looking north within the site. 6 is looking along that current driveway towards the front of the site. So London Road's on the other side of this tree belt here. And you've got the flank elevation of number 41. Another view of number 41 from London Road here, so that's the front elevation. This is the existing pond that I referred to. And number 9 is looking north towards Longview, which is off-site. And there's a couple more just to show you that green frontage to London Road, which currently conceals the site. And this is off-site, but it just shows you the connection to Radlett Lane with the Watling Chase Timberland Trail. And this is where the applicant is proposing some off-site highway works to improve pedestrian safety. So this is just a basic map to show you some of the planning constraints and opportunities, so just highlighting various TPOs and TPO woodlands. This dashed line here is the conservation area boundary, so the front part of the site does fall within the Shenley conservation area. These hashed buildings here are the locally listed buildings, and the Grade 2 listed church here. And you can see this other overlay here is a area of archaeological significance. There is also a local wildlife site within the spinney to the south of the site, but that's not affected by the proposal. So here's the proposed site plan. So the current green frontage to the site would be retained as part of this application, apart from where the vehicular access is proposed.
There are some trees to the front of the site and within the site that would be removed, which I'll discuss in further detail, but that green frontage to London Road's to be retained. You've got number 41 here, as I mentioned, which would have the that side extension with the new garage buildings proposed where that tennis court is. You can see the tree-lined spine road running down from London Road down to the open space to the rear of the site. So, as mentioned, there would be the loss of the existing pond to the front of the site. So, something we discussed with the applicant was replacing that pond elsewhere. So, they've proposed a new wet pond feature to the within the open space in this part of the site. So that would double up as a suds basin, but also would be permanently wet. So it could be used as a sort of community asset. This is the publicly accessible open space with links into the public right-of-way to the south of the site. Because this pond is further away from London Road than the existing pond, we did discuss sort of what could be used to draw members of the public into the site. So the landscaping scheme would do that in part through having varied landscaping along the main spine road, so orchard planting and rain gardens to create visual interest. However, to also aid with that sort of wayfinding and to draw people in, we have added a condition that would require an art strategy, public art strategy. So there would be an art trail along this spine road in key locations to sort of spike people's interest and draw them into the site towards that open space. Okay, so moving on to the principle of development. So the MPPF and policies SP1, CS1 and CS2 of the core strategy all highlight the importance of sustainable development, including the provision of homes and supporting infrastructure, particularly in sustainable areas close to settlements. At present, Hertsmere is not able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. The latest confirmed supply was just 1.36 years at a couple of appeals we've had recently. However, it's actually likely to be lower now based on the change to the calculations made for housing need. Owing to the lack of housing provision in the borough, paragraph 11D of the MPPF is triggered, which outlines that planning permission should be granted unless there is a strong reason to refuse based on areas or assets of importance such as greenbelt or designated heritage assets, or any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. So that's sort of setting the context of the principle of development. So moving on to greenbelt. So the site is considered to comply with the definition of grey belt. So that definition includes land in the greenbelt that does not contribute strongly towards purposes A, B or D of the greenbelt. So those purposes relate to the unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas, the merging of towns, and the setting and special character of historic towns. So based on the updated PPG, which was released a couple of months ago, it's clear that none of these purposes relate to villages such as Shenley. So on that basis, it can't perform strongly against any of those purposes. As such, there are no assets or areas of importance that would provide a strong reason to refuse permission. And the site, meaning the site basically does fall within the definition of grey belt. Paragraph 155 of the MPPF sets out where development may not be regarded as inappropriate in the green belt. So the proposal would comply with parts A, B and C, given that it would utilise grey belt land, would not undermine the remaining green belt across the area of the plan, i.e. across Hertsmere, and it would be sustainably located, and also there's a demonstrable unmet need for housing in the borough. However, given that 40% affordable housing would be proposed in this case, Part D would not be complied with in full, given that the golden rules would require 50%. As such, the development must be considered inappropriate development in the greenbelt, which by definition is harmful to the greenbelt and should only be approved in very special circumstances. This is not disputed by the applicant, and they've put forward a case of very special circumstances, which will be discussed later in the report, in the presentation. Per the requirements of the MPPF, the harm arising to the greenbelt should be given substantial weight in the planning balance. Very special circumstances won't exist unless the harm to the greenbelt and any other harm occurring would be clearly outweighed by the benefits of the development. So just to touch on the golden rules, as I said I would do earlier. So these were introduced by the updated MPPF, and the MPPF advises that major housing development in the Greenbelt should comply with the requirements. So it comes in three parts, A, B and C. So Part A requires an uplifted affordable housing requirement. So in this case, it would be uplifted from 35% to 50%. B requires necessary improvements to local and national infrastructure. And C requires the provision of new or improved green spaces that are accessible to the public. The MPPF advises that schemes complying with the Golden Rule should be given significant weight in favour of the development, but does not advise what weight should be given to non-compliance. Council advice was provided in drafting the committee report for this application, and we were advised that weight should not be afforded to the conflict of the Golden Rules, given that the consequence of not complying with the Golden Rules is that it's inappropriate development. So by virtue of it being inappropriate development, it already carries substantial weight. So essentially, if you gave it another weight, it could be considered as double counting the weight and the harm. But for avoidance of doubt, even if we had given it a separate weight, it would not have changed officers' conclusion on this application. So as we've established, the development is inappropriate, which is harmful in itself to the Greenbelt and would equate to a harm. We also have to consider the harm to the openness, so there would be both a visual and a spatial impact from this development. The visual impact would be predominantly localised, such as from the access on London Road or from the adjacent public right-of-way where you would have glimpse views of the buildings. There'd also be a spatial impact by virtue of there being a residential development on the site which is currently predominantly open. In terms of Greenbelt purposes, as I mentioned, most of the purposes don't relate to villages anymore, so the main purpose would be to purpose 3, which is relates to safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. So whilst the site does include an existing dwelling, it's mostly open in character and rural, so clearly a residential development will cause harm to that Greenbelt purpose. So overall, all of those different harms together are given substantial weight to the Greenbelt. So in terms of urban design, as I mentioned, the applicant has worked with us and our urban design officer through the pre-app process to enhance the design of this proposal. And we've taken into account the requirements of the Shenley Neighbourhood Plan and its design code. So policy SH1 of the code requires development proposals to have regard to the design code, and that code requires a variety of different matters such as settlement patterns, buildings and roof forms, boundaries and edges, greening, trees and hedges, etc. In this case, the western side of London Road is characterised by very low density development, owing to the sort of historic development of the village. Whilst it's difficult to achieve an adequate level of density in a new residential development, whilst also tying in with that existing character, the proposal does incorporate a sense of irregularity in the layout, so there's a tighter grain of development towards London Road within that conservation area part, and a looser grain of development towards the sort of countryside edge, where you've got more courtyard sort of arrangements of buildings. The density would be about 29 dwellings per hectare, which is higher than currently exists on the west of London Road, given that very low density, but it's still pretty low for a modern residential development. And our SPD suggests that most should be achieving between 30 and 50, albeit that SPD is also quite out of date. So the urban design officer has not raised concerns about the design of the buildings, and the applicants worked through our pre-app to enhance them. You can see the material palette here, so this is a example of a building within that conservation area part of the site, so the use of slate roof tiles and facing flint work to tie in with some of those features that are seen within Shenley. And then you got an example of a dwelling which you'd see towards the edge of the site, so black weatherboarding, which is obviously more rural in appearance. Just got some street scene elevations here to show you some of the variety in the buildings. So this top one, you wouldn't actually see this as a view because this is behind the trees fronting onto London Road. It's obviously flat and 2D, but just to give you an example of the different building types. This building here is almost the gateway building, so it's the first building you would see as you come into the site from London Road, and you've got the spine road running here. This is the sort of this and this building are the same one, so this is looking is essentially going down the spine road, so just to show you an example of the buildings down there. This is on the other side of the spine road, so this larger building here is an apartment block, which would house some of the affordable rented flats. So clearly it's it's a larger building than some of the other dwellings, and it's I suppose larger than you would ordinarily see in Shenley. However, officers, and including the urban design officers, worked with the applicant to sort of change the materiality of the building, sort of reduce the bulk of the roof form so that it would, in person, it would read more of a series of buildings rather than one large mass. So this is just a visualization of the site from London Road. So this is the vehicle access point, and you can see these buildings with facing Flintwork, and the rain gardens and orchard tree planting down the spine road. In terms of landscape impacts, so impact to landscape character and natural features on the site, there would be a loss of high quality trees, as I mentioned, particularly towards the front part of the site. So whilst that green frontage along London Road would be retained, behind that there are some trees that would be removed. There'd also be the loss of other existing landscape features, such as the pond to the front of the site, as I mentioned. As I've shown, the replacement pond would be provided towards the rear of the site, and there would be 316 replacement trees planted across the site as mitigation for the loss of those trees, and that would include 15 specimen trees to offset the loss of 3 TPO trees, which would need to be felled. Clearly, these would take time to establish in the site. The idea of the 15 specimen trees is that they would be planted at a larger size to make a more impactful impact from the get-go, but obviously there is going to be some harm to landscape and to natural resources, so that has been weighed up in the planning balance. In terms of visual effects, these would be most pronounced from local views, including glimpse views from the Watling Chase Timberland Trail. There would also be views created from the access on London Road, where that current green wall would be perforated. So there would be a great degree of visual change from that point. Again, whilst mitigation planting would reduce the impact over time, this would take time to establish. So in terms of ecology, so the site does support a range of habitats ranging from those of county level importance to site level importance, such as the lowland meadow, ponds and woodland. The pond lost at the front of the site is home to great crested newts. There would be a loss of this habitat on site, although there are other ponds on the site, such as within that woodland area, which would be enhanced. 3 new ponds would also be created off-site at the B&G receptor site, and also a district-level licence would be acquired from Natural England, which would adequately address the loss of newt habitat. So that's essentially a scheme where the developer can pay Natural England and they will create habitat for newts elsewhere, and that's being created to sort of try and overcome issues such as this in applications. Whilst there would be a loss of lowland meadow on the site, the retained meadow would be managed, and there would be a 21% net gain in biodiversity overall off-site. Herts Ecology have not objected, and it's considered that the residual impacts would not be significant. As such, a reason for refusal based on the loss of habitat could not be substantiated, although the loss of habitat for protected species and loss of natural landscape features is weighed up in the balance, as I mentioned. Here's just a plan to show you the landscape framework plan. So this would inform the more detailed landscaping plan, which would be secured via condition, but essentially is setting out their landscape strategy. So this is that existing woodland here, so you can see that they're looking to do some more strategic tree planting to link into this woodland block. and lots of tree planting sort of throughout the site, tied in with those rain gardens and informal orchard planting along the Spine Road as well. Here's another visualization shown from the open space to the south of the site. So you can see those dwellings at the rural edge of the site. You've got the pond here, and then footpath connections down to the Watling Chase Timberland Trail. So moving on to heritage, so the Planning, Listed Building and Conservation Area Act requires special attention to be paid to the preservation or enhancement of the character and appearance of conservation areas. The NPPF requires any less than substantial harm to heritage assets to be weighed against the public benefits, saying that great weight should be given to an asset's conservation in the planning balance. The site is sensitive from a heritage perspective due to the presence of the Shenley Conservation Area and various locally and listed buildings. The development of the site would affect the parkland setting of the conservation area, which would dilute the historic understanding of that conservation area and the understanding of how the village has grown over time. However, the site would continue to be visually screened from London Road due to that green wall which would be retained, apart from the access point. So the main impact to that conservation area from a visual perspective would be from where that access point is created. As such, officers consider that a moderate level of less than substantial harm would be expected to the character and appearance of that conservation area. In terms of locally listed buildings, there are, as I mentioned, there are a couple nearby, so 49, 51 and 55 London Road. The site does form in a part of their setting. However, there are intervening buildings and trees which really limit the visual sort of connectivity with the site, which is down here. So officers consider that the impact to their setting would be very limited. In terms of number 41 London Road, so as mentioned, an extension is proposed as well as garages to the rear. The number 41 was once a gatehouse to Shenley Grange. This is the extension here, so side extension, show the roof plan here. This would be the view from London Road. So as you can see on the roof plan, the extension would be set back from the front elevation. It would reflect the architectural style of the building, as you can see here, so it does very much mimic the existing gabled projection over here. It would increase the size of the building, which would somewhat dilute the historic interest of a gatehouse, which would traditionally be a small size building. However, the harm is considered to be relatively limited. The garages to the rear would also be a bit larger than would ordinarily be considered ancillary. However, they would be quite far removed from the dwelling and they would be sited on a existing tennis court. So, as mentioned, the harm isn't considered to be significant in this case. So a heritage balance does need to be undertaken. As mentioned, officers have afforded moderate to significant weight to the harm occurring to heritage assets. This needs to be weighed against the overall public benefits of the scheme, which include the provision of 95 homes, for which 40% would be affordable. In this case, those public benefits are considered to outweigh the heritage harm. But with that said, that heritage harm does still weigh up in the overall planning balance and part of that sort of greenbelt balance, as part of the other harm in the greenbelt balance. So as mentioned, the application proposes 40% affordable housing, which equates to 38 units. I've set out the breakdown of those affordable housing here. So there will be 10 social rented houses, all of which would be family-sized dwellings. So 9 of them would be 3-bed houses, 1 would be a 4-bed house, for which there is a substantial demand in the borough. All units proposed, including market and affordable, would be adaptable and accessible, so M42 as a minimum, and a proportion would also be wheelchair accessible. The majority of the market housing, so you can see here just over 50%, would also be 3-bed units, which would address the need for this size of dwelling within the area. So overall, the housing mix and affordable housing provision is considered to be acceptable and has been supported by the council's housing department. In terms of highways, so as you've heard earlier, so development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. In this instance, one vehicular access is proposed from London Road. As you can see here, this would be a Copenhagen-style access arrangement, which would essentially give priority to pedestrians moving along the route on London Road, so they would have priority over oncoming vehicles. Off-site works are also proposed to enhance the local highway network in the area. So on Porters Park Drive, there would be a zebra crossing created to improve pedestrian safety. And then on the Radlett Lane connection to the Watling Timberland Trail, there would be anti-skid sort of paint added to the road, as well as signage to warn people of pedestrians crossing at that point. There's no objection from the local highway authority regarding the level of trips generated by the development, and overall the impacts to highways are considered to be acceptable. Just touching briefly on flood risk, so the site's in flood zone 1, which is the area at lowest risk of fluvial flooding. It's also mostly at very low risk of surface water flooding. There is currently an objection from the LFA based on a lack of information regarding the discharge of surface water sort of moving outside the site. Their comments suggest that once this is resolved, conditions would be appropriate. So it's envisaged that an acceptable solution could be found, and this can be resolved post-committee by officers, and this is set out in the officer recommendation. So very briefly, here are the other material considerations mentioned in the report, which I haven't touched on here, but they're all considered to be acceptable, subject to conditions or Section 106 obligations. So as mentioned, given that the development is an appropriate development in the Greenbelt, a case of very special circumstances does need to be made. So that would account for the key benefits of the scheme, which are set out here. So I've listed them here, and I'll go through them, each of them in a bit more detail. So first off, so the delivery of market housing. So as I mentioned, the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. Last confirmed at 1.36 years. Since the appeals that have confirmed that housing land supply, the way you calculate housing need has changed, and council's housing requirement has essentially increased by about 41% to an annual need of over 1,000 homes per year, so 1,034 I've got here. In that same period, housing delivery has also reduced. So in the preceding 3 years, we only delivered 46% of our housing needs. So we're very far off from meeting our housing need requirements. The applicant argues that the current 5-year housing land supply is even lower than we've stated, but either way, it is amongst the lowest in the whole country. In this case, 57 market homes would be delivered, and a reduced implementation period of 2 years has been agreed with the applicant, which would essentially bring forward the delivery of that housing and make a quicker contribution towards that housing land supply. As mentioned, over 50% of the dwellings would be 3-bed dwellings, which are the highest in demand locally. In terms of affordable housing, so between 2012 and 2024, affordable housing accounted for only 13% of net housing completions in the borough, which accounts for about 49 per annum. There are significant social and economic consequences in not delivering sufficient supply of affordable homes, which includes increased homelessness, expanding housing registers, and increasing house prices and rents, all of which further exacerbate those issues. The application proposes 40% affordable housing, which is in excess of the 35% policy requirement. 95% of those would be 1 to 3-bed units, which supports the neighbourhood plan aspiration for smaller affordable units in the village. As mentioned, of the 38, 10 would be social rented houses, 9 3-beds and 1 4-bed. and overall the scheme would provide a good number and a mix of affordable dwellings, helping to address the acute unmet need in the borough. Custom housing is a benefit put forward by the applicant, so there is a need for custom and self-build housing in the borough, and this form of housing can usually be given weight in favour of development. However, in this case, the future occupiers would only have input on the internal layout and spec of each of the dwellings, and officers are of the view that the proposal would not comply with the definition of custom and self-build housing, as the future occupiers would not have primary input into the final design and layout of the building itself. So it would only go a very small way in supporting the needs of people that want to commission their own home. The development would provide 2.3 hectares of publicly accessible open space, or about 39% of the site, which it would also include a locally equipped play area. The council's open space assessment found a shortfall of open space and play space within that area of the borough. The neighbourhood plan also seeks improvements to walking and cycling routes, particularly through the land west of London Road and Porters Park. The development would provide new links to the Watling Chase Timberland Trail, as I've shown, which would improve local walking routes and provide greater accessibility to that PROW network. As I showed you earlier, there is public right-of-way 11, which links London Road to the Watling Chase Timberland Trail. However, some of you may know that that public right-of-way is very narrow, and so this would improve accessibility to that network currently. A contribution of £24,500 also being agreed towards improvements to the Watling Chase Timberland Trail, which would also further enhance its usability and accessibility. Moving on, so there's, as mentioned, there would be a biodiversity net gain of 21%, and also a 159% net gain of linear units. This habitat would mainly be delivered off-site at Ruton Park / Bentley Heath Habitat Bank within the borough. Given the excess of habitat to be created, officers consider that this can be considered a benefit of the scheme. The development would also achieve on-site CO2 reductions of 68% compared to the building regulation requirements, which is in excess of the 40% required by the draft carbon offsetting SPD. It would include active and passive measures such as air source heat pumps, solar panels to the apartment blocks, high-performing building fabric and wastewater heat recovery systems. Section 106 obligations would also secure a mechanism for future occupiers to have PV panels installed on their house at the construction stage to reduce the installation costs for those future occupiers. Economic benefits, there would also be the creation of about 162 full-time equivalent direct jobs and 196 full-time equivalent indirect jobs across a 3-year construction period. The development would also generate about 87 new economically active residents to Shenley, with an annual household spend of about 2.7 million. This would help to support local businesses and the economy within Shenley and the borough as a whole. Finally, the development proposes a £300,000 contribution towards the delivery of a new community hub within Shenley. The council's baseline infrastructure capacity report didn't identify a clear need for a new hub in the village, but identified that Shenley could be affected depending on the scale of development proposed, given that there is only one hub in the village currently. Neighbourhood Plan Policy SH5.2 also supports the delivery of new community infrastructure, but does not specifically require it as part of this development. As such, whilst there is no requirement to deliver a hub on site, the provision of £300,000 to be ring-fenced towards the delivery of a hub within the village is supported by officers. It's understood that this contribution could be combined with the SIL funds that the parish council would benefit from this development towards the delivery of the hub within the village. So I've summarised the weight afforded to the benefits and the harms of the development in these tables here. So I'll give you a few seconds to have a look at that. It's important to note that when weighing up these benefits and harms, it's not a mathematical equation, so the benefits essentially should be viewed collectively, and you should consider whether they outweigh the harm occurring in this case. So in summary, the development would result in harm to the greenbelt, which must be given substantial weight. There would also be moderate level of less substantial harm to the setting of the Shenley Conservation Area, and a low level of harm to non-designated assets, which is given moderate to significant weight. And the harm to landscape and natural environment is given a further significant weight in the balance. However, there are several key benefits of the scheme, as I've set out, with the most notable being the delivery of market and affordable housing within an area of need. The benefits of this should not be understated, given the severe level of need locally, and for which there is no up-to-date local plan in place to adequately address. So overall, when considered collectively, the benefits of the scheme are considered to be very substantial and would clearly outweigh the harm that has been identified in this instance. As such, officers are of the view that very special circumstances would exist in this case to justify the grant of planning permission. Just briefly, just to show you the Section 106 heads of terms that have been agreed in draft. So it includes the 40% affordable housing, contributions towards things such as special needs schools, open space management arrangements, community hub contributions towards the NHS, enhancements to the Watling Chase Timberland Trail, amongst other benefits. So the recommendation has been amended slightly for this presentation just to account for a scenario in which the Section 106 is not agreed or the LFA objection is not resolved. However, the primary recommendation is still that permission is granted subject to the LFA objection being resolved to the satisfaction of officers, referral to the Secretary of State, conditions and a Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have some speakers on this topic. So can I first call Ms. Rachel Shaw to speak against the application? And you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'm representing Save Our Shenley, a community group with a broad base of support in Shenley and Hertsmere, and we appreciate the care that the applicant has taken to produce a high-quality housing development. But this is the first major housing application to come forward under new Greenbelt guidelines. Your very high-profile and weighty decision taken tonight will act as a precedent for all future planning decisions on green or grey belt in Hertsmere, as this site is both. Will you, as councillors, choose tonight to break government commitments on affordable housing made by the Prime Minister to us, the Secretary of State to Parliament, and commitments enshrined in national planning policy? At a minimum, this development should be offering the public benefit of 50% affordable housing. The application offers only 40%, and even that doesn't meet the Council's 75% target for affordable and social rent properties, nor is it tenure blind. We found many examples of planning applications where councils are insisting on the golden rules, especially in relation to affordable housing. Recently in St Albans, L&G had to increase the amount of affordable housing to 50% before gaining approval, and Hertsmere Farm, which was also submitted prior to the NPPF being updated, has increased the affordable housing contribution to from 35 to 50%. Conversely, we can find no cases at all where councils have approved major market housing developments on Greenbelt that do not meet the golden rules. And I'm sure councillors will have due consideration for how it would look if one developer is required to meet the golden rules for affordable housing, while one is not, one community receiving the benefit, while another community does not. We do not also agree that the application has used sound policy and precedent to find in favour of very special circumstances. Looking at recent planning inspectors' judgments, it seems inconsistent to ascribe very substantial weight to a market housing application which offers a very small quantum of affordable and market housing. When very special circumstances were considered in 2023 for building on the Greenbelt in Shenley, in the absence of a 5-year land supply and with no immediate prospect of a local plan, the inspector judged the provision of market housing as only significant. A scheme which offers 57 market houses cannot be said to be making a very substantial contribution to an 18,000 home shortfall. Nor does this application fully address the requirements of the Shenley Neighbourhood Plan in terms of design, layout or community infrastructure. Detailed feedback has been submitted by residents, and passing this application would set a poor precedent for other neighbourhood plans such as Radlett and Bushy. I've also been specifically asked by residents to point out that the development will result in 450 additional road journeys a day, and we are removing the lungs of London and TPO trees right opposite a primary school.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes. May I make a final sentence?
Very quickly, please.
So overall, this application fails to provide the public benefit of affordable housing in a sustainable location that we were promised. And as a Labour-led council, we would expect this council to uphold government policy, not become the first Labour-led council to break Labour's golden rules.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I call now Mr. Oliver, I apologise if I don't pronounce your surname correctly, Mowraith Wilson, to speak for the application. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Members, good evening. My name is Oliver Mowraith Wilson, Land and Planning Director of Griggs Homes, and I'm speaking as the applicant this evening. I would like to highlight the key attributes of this high-quality development which will make a positive contribution to the village. This is a culmination of a lengthy and collaborative process through PPA, pre- and post-submission dialogue with officers, the community, the parish council, local groups and technical consultees. The application addresses the previous reasons for refusal in the 2022 application. It's been a pleasure working with your officers throughout the process, and they have challenged us to produce an exceptional scheme which we can all be proud of. There is no dispute that there is a critical housing shortage in Hertsmere. With only a 0.9-year housing land supply, these proposals will deliver 95 much-needed homes. 38 of the homes will be affordable. The proposed mix and tenure was agreed in collaboration with the Hertsmere housing team, including 23 rented properties. Our award-winning architects have produced an exemplar design which has been developed in cooperation with planning, urban design and conservation officers. It includes a mix of house types, styles and materials to reflect those encouraged in the Shenley Neighbourhood Plan. At the heart of the scheme is high-quality open space, totalling 38% of the site, with a new pond and play areas. There are new connections to the Watling Chase Timberland Trail and an art trail through the site to integrate the development into the community and local area. Section 106 and seal contributions of over 3.1 million will be secured to support a range of local projects, including the new Shenley Community Hub, health and education facilities and the Beryl Bike Scheme. New pedestrian crossings are also proposed within Shenley to aid connectivity and improve highway safety. Whilst located in the Greenbelt, your officers have confirmed that the site meets the new MPPF definition of grey belt. The scheme meets 2 of the 3 golden rules, with the affordable housing level slightly below the 50% requirement. This is because we've agreed significant contributions to key infrastructure projects in Shenley. As identified by your officer, there is a comprehensive set of very special circumstances, and the benefits of the proposal demonstrably outweigh any perceived harms. There are no technical objections from key consultees. In conclusion, our proposal is the result of an extensive pre-application and PPA process with officers and local stakeholders, and presents an exciting opportunity to bring much-needed homes to Hertsmere and deliver an extensive range of benefits. We therefore request that you support your officer's objective and comprehensive assessment of the scheme and grant planning permission in accordance with the recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now can I call Councillor Hodgkins-Jones as community advocate to speak about the application? You'll have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've been asked to speak as a community advocate on behalf of Save Our Shenley, who have already spoken on this application. And so most of what I'm saying is putting forward their views rather than my own, but if time permits, I will add some comments at the end. These are the points that they've asked me to raise. And they emphasise that because this is the first application for a major market housing development on green or grey belt to come forward in Hertsmere under the new planning guidelines and golden rules, it will set a precedent for all future green and grey belt market housing applications across Hertsmere. The application does not comply with the golden rules, key aspects of the Shenley plan, and there are unresolved issues around transport infrastructure and sustainability. Acceptance of a market housing application to build in the green belt which does not comply with the golden rules will have serious repercussions for the whole of Hertsmere green belt, the reputation of the council and each and every ward and councillor. This application proposes 95 homes on green belt land opposite Shenley Primary School, adjacent to protected local green space, the Spinney. The site is included in the draft local plan but is coming forward in advance of this plan. The site contains lowland grass meadow of high ecological value and protected hedgerow which forms part of the local green space. The ARAP report from 2019 rates this as moderately performing green belt rather than strongly, therefore the site is also grey belt under the new rules. Whether grey or green, the site falls squarely under paragraph 155 of the new government guidance which states that development is not inappropriate if it fulfills 4 criteria. It is on grey belt land and would not fundamentally undermine the purpose of the remaining green belt. There is a demonstrable need for the type of development proposed. The development is in a sustainable location, and where major development that includes housing is proposed, the golden rules are met. In July 2024, well before this application was submitted, the Deputy Prime Minister made a written statement to Parliament saying 50% affordable housing was needed for all green belt developments, including grey belt. The accompanying announcement by the Prime Minister and the Minister could not have been clearer. What are our golden rules? Grey belt sites will only be built on if they meet the government's golden rules that half of homes are affordable. These commitments have since been enshrined in the NPPF. The primary planning issue here is that this application does not meet the legally and politically binding government requirement for 50% of affordable housing on green belt development as part of the golden rules. And of the 40% affordable housing, the application does not meet the government's requirement 75% of the affordable housing to be affordable and social rent. The applicant has persuaded the case officer to use the old framework of VSCs. They are claiming that if VSCs exist, then they can be excused the golden rules. As well as supporting this highly controversial approach, case officer has also produced a planning balance evaluation that grossly overweights the provision of a small amount of market and affordable housing in the absence of 5-year housing supply in order to find in favour of VSCs. This is a fundamental misrepresentation of the NPPF and NPG guidelines. The correct interpretation and the one currently upheld in law practice is that while VSCs might determine whether the development should be allowed in the first place, the golden rules will still then apply to the development. In conclusion, residents are outraged that the golden rules are being disregarded by the council at this first test. The idea that VSCs allow deviation from the 50% rule is not supported by any planning policy or judgment since the policy emerged. The Shenley community accepts the likelihood of development but expects the council to fully uphold all protections for the green belt and to secure the government's promised public benefit in return, especially the full delivery of affordable housing and improved community infrastructure. Allowing this deviation risks political fallout and betrayal of national commitments. To avoid this risk, the application should be rejected or deferred while it is referred upwards to the Secretary of State. Committee, those are the comments provided to me by Save Our Shenley group. I would remind members that there is a long history on this site, that the that the previous application had a much higher density and more property on it, and that the site is in the draft Shenley is in the draft local plan, is in the Shenley neighbourhood plan, and that it includes a number of factors that are positive that also take account of local concerns, and there is local voices in support of this application, not just against it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Officers, do you have any comments before I ask members?
Yeah, I'll just touch briefly on the weighting given to the market and affordable housing and sort of the interrelation with the golden rules. So I just wanted to sort of explain why such a high level of weight was afforded to the market and affordable housing. I mean, in short, it is because our housing land supply is so low. There's an acute and severe need for housing within the borough. As I mentioned, there's been an under-delivery of affordable housing for a number of years, which has sort of exacerbated and heightened the need for, the delivery of a lot of that housing within the borough. On top of that, our housing needs have increased by about 41% since the change to the MPPF, which has increased that need even further. It's in terms of the golden rules. So whilst I appreciate what the gentleman said about what has been said in the news prior to the updates to the MPPF being made about the golden rules, what is actually in the policy does not require weight to be afforded against any conflict with the golden rules. It essentially makes the consequence of not complying with them that development is inappropriate in the Greenbelt, and as such substantial weight is given to that already by virtue of there being harm to the Greenbelt. So as I mentioned, we had council advice in the drafting of this report, and we were told not to give additional weight to that conflict with the golden rules, given that that could be seen as double counting harms. But with that said, as I mentioned, even if we had attributed separate weight to that conflict, it wouldn't have changed our conclusions in this case. They do comply with 2 out of 3 of the golden rules, and even the affordable housing golden rule, they are delivering an uplift of affordable housing compared to our policy. So you could argue there's a partial adherence to that rule, albeit it doesn't quite achieve the full 50%. So I hope that helps clarify.
Thank you. Members, do you have questions? Yes, Councillor Rosehill.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Josh. Just a very quick question. I was just wondering if a viability report, our favourite word, viability, has been independently reviewed. And secondly to that, is there a review mechanism in place if there is an uplift in profit in the future?
So a viability assessment hasn't been done in this case because they're already complying with our affordable housing policy requirement under CS4. So the policy requirement as part of our local plan is 35%. They're providing 40% in this case. So they are already sort of exceeding that policy requirement. So whilst they don't achieve the golden rule requirement, there's no need for them to do a viability assessment to demonstrate that.
To interject, Josh. So I'm just confused about obviously 35% is what we've known about for a very long time, and obviously the golden rules. So which one is higher weighted? It's very confusing.
So the development plan, i.e. our local plan, takes precedence in decision making. So our policies sort of sit above the MPPF. The MPPF is a material consideration, and that golden rules requirement is obviously a policy within that document. As I mentioned, they don't fully comply with that. They don't provide 50%, they provide 40%. So the consequence of that is they're inappropriate in the Greenbelt. If they had complied in full with those golden rules, then technically there wouldn't even be any Greenbelt harm because it wouldn't be inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. So the consequence of them not achieving that is that we have to give substantial weight to that harm to the Greenbelt.
Councillor Kaza.
Thank you, Chair. Josh, looking at the documents, one of the reasons, one of the things that we have to consider is the LLFA and agreements not being that there are no agreements on some things. Looking at page 257, I see from between February and this month, the objections are down from 4 to 2, but then obviously there are 2 outstanding items, and that's yet to be resolved. How close are we to resolving that? And because obviously that's one of the key considerations. Because you've obviously presented 3 options to consider, so that's why I'm asking.
So in terms of the LFA objection, so they requested additional information, mainly relating to how surface water sort of discharges from the development off-site to sort of watercourses. So the applicant has submitted some additional documents, and we're reconsulting the LFA currently. So hopefully it should be resolved relatively quickly. Obviously, I can't guarantee that, but we're working towards a solution.
So would be 80% there, 90% there?
I don't know how to quantify it as such. I mean, the applicant informs me they've submitted the information that's been requested of them. So clearly, I'll need to wait and see what the LFA think about that. They'll review the information and let me know whether it's adequate. However, as I mentioned, to me, it does seem likely that an adequate solution could be found, because they suggest in their comments that, once that information is submitted, that conditions are likely to be proposed. So that, gives me an idea that they see it as a resolvable issue.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Quilty.
Thank you. And I've got a question, not for you, sir, but for our highways officers here at the back there. This Copenhagen crossing, I'm not very familiar with it, not very familiar with a lot of European places, but I mean, can you explain a bit more exactly what it is? And bear in mind when you're explaining that about 200 yards up the road from here, just on the bend, just it's maybe 100 yards up the road, there was a serious accident a number of years ago. It was a number of years ago, though, where 4 people got killed, and that's the reasons why. And in fact, one of the people killed in the car was Bill Hogan, who was a councillor here at the time. His son was in the car that was actually, there was a fatality on, and that's when they put the speed humps in to the main road, London Road. So I'm wondering if you can explain a bit more about this amazing sort of Copenhagen crossing that's going to solve everything right at the entrance to this very nice development, I must say.
Copenhagen crossings are responding to national guidance LTM 120, which is sort of cycle infrastructure guidance. They are effectively, for want of a better word, a super vehicle crossover. So they, instead of a bell mouth with curb up stands which clearly communicate to drivers that they have priority, it is effectively quite a sharp ramp up from the carriageway. On the sort of southern side, you've got the 3 sort of diamond shapes, triangle shapes. That's you in. That's a sharp ramp into the site. So that immediately slows vehicles down. You've got priority for pedestrians across that. You also have a reciprocal arrangement on the approach to that to reduce vehicles down. That all response, that's come about from our recently adopted Place and Movement Plan and Design Guide, which replaced the old Roads in Hertfordshire, which was a 2007 document, I believe. So it's responding to creating stronger and more safer environments for pedestrians. It is a new approach within Hertfordshire. You see many of these within sort of London. So fundamentally, it is maintaining priority for pedestrians, which is what LTP4 is about. We're trying to sort of create and encourage more people to walk. It has gone through safety audit, and has been signed off by our safety team. Yeah, fundamentally, it's just a change in emphasis within our sort of design guides towards getting away from the traditional bell mouths which communicate to drivers that they have priority over pedestrians, and places the pedestrian back at the top of our hierarchy, which reflects policy 1 of our LTP4.
Can I just ask one other thing? Will there be signs on each side of London, the entrance then, explaining all this, or how are you supposed to know that it's supposed to be pedestrian friendly? Because there won't be any extra humps on the main London road. You won't. If you're coming out of the site, I can see you will have that sharp hump going out. But will it be going in as well? Will you notice it?
There would be no intention for signing it in the same way as we wouldn't sign the majority of minor roads. The hump the ramp in will reduce speeds, and as you're aware, the recent revisions to the highway code places greater responsibility or greater priority to pedestrians as well. So the design would reduce vehicle speeds down. The visibility is appropriate so vehicles can see pedestrians there.
The last point then is, do you think that sort of splay, if you call it that, the splay there, is that wide enough for the number of houses and the development, the size of this development, or do you think that splay is slightly on the narrow side?
Sorry, can you clarify, splay or width of the road, or?
The angle of it, when you're coming off London Road, right, the angle of the actual turn in, if you put it that way. Am I explaining this right? Don't know.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, that's a 6 metre inscribed curb radius, which would be the same as for a standard priority junction. The only difference in the design in that sense is there is no formal curb up stand. It's all at grade, except for the ramp in.
It just looks on the photo, there's the SGI we had there, which was really nice. It looked as if it was a great big entrance to a big road going into the estate, and it won't be that big. It doesn't, in reality, that's what I'm worried about.
It's a
if you go back to the CGI, you'll see it.
It's a 5.5 metre wide carriageway into the site, which is our sort of necessary width to accommodate vehicles passing.
See there, that looks lovely. But will it look like that? I don't know.
No, that CGI does not feature the Copenhagen crossing design.
Okay.
That which came about. It's necessary to observe that the previous application before you, back in 23, was under Roads in Hertfordshire and had a very standard priority junction. Obviously, in the highway determination and consideration of this current application, it has been revised to take account of our place movement plan design guide. I don't have regard in a highway assessment to a digital mock-up of what it will look like. I have regard to the plans and the designs there, so I can't comment on why that doesn't feature at Copenhagen, but that would not be the design to the access that we would deliver under a 278 if you were minded to approve.
You'll be glad I've finished. And I'm going to support the application as well.
No. Councillor Allen, yes. Lots of other people want to say something. So.
It's not the first time we've had an application where golden rules and grey belt have been called into question. This is our second, because we had Elstree Road, another of yours, Josh's, a few weeks ago. So it's not completely unfamiliar territory, but I think the same point applies now as applies then, which is that laws, legal frameworks and rules aren't real until they're used and tested. So the new rules are put in place, but it's not until bodies such as ours actually put them into practice with real applications, only then do they acquire any meaning and definition. So in one sense, that's just how it is, but we are in slightly uncharted territory because these decisions involving golden rules have never gone to planning appeals yet or to the High Court yet. So we can't change that, but it does make things a bit more complicated in terms of how we rationalise things. And with the Elstree Road application, which also didn't fulfil the golden rules, I think the same point applies. There's no point introducing new rules and then actually you can just break the rules and that's fine, because why have the rules in the first place? I think the fact that it doesn't meet those golden rules carries some weight here, because otherwise why bother having them? But my question is actually about highways, and I know as a clean bill of health from the highways report, but our role here is to supply local knowledge. And I hadn't quite realised until now, and I may have still have misunderstood it, that the junction from the access is essentially opposite the primary school. Is that right? Do we have a CGI looking the other way round? Because that looks down it. What does it look like coming the other way? Because it's not that common to have a T-junction basically facing a primary school. I don't think there are any railings. I go past here a lot because my daughter's at nursery nearby. I don't think there are railings in front of Shenley Primary School. Now, that's not a material factor, but it could be a condition. Do we have a visualisation what it looks like coming the other direction? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Unfortunately, we don't have a visualization looking that direction. Alan, I don't know if you've got anything to say about the school.
We certainly don't have a policy that restricts accesses opposite a primary school. The visibility is adequate, so vehicles making that manoeuvre would have adequate sight of whatever's happening outside the school. I can only advise members that it has been subject to a road safety audit to GG 119 by both the developer and then subsequent review by ourselves. Opposing the site, you have got inset car parking, which is commonly sort of used for pick up and drop off for children or whatever. I have no record of any sort of significant incidents occurring at that location. So against our design standards, there is no safety concern with that access.
Okay, you can see why I cover it off there. So to your mind, you're satisfied that you've fully appraised the fact it's facing into a primary school, you've looked at that, and having considered it, no problems. Okay. Do you see why I ask?
Councillor Giorgio.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I've just got a statement to make as well, was part of my question as well. So it's clear that the application would make a substantial contribution to our very shameful local 5-year housing supply legacy, as a result of which Hertsmere is one of the worst house price to income ratios in the country, with homelessness as one of the highest audit risks for this borough. The addition of 95 dwellings, 38 of which are affordable, would help to ease this issue. The plan also includes improvements to biodiversity net gain and a financial contribution to Shenley Community Hub. The inclusion of a Copenhagen-style crossing, I'm sure, will also improve safety of the crossing to the nearby school. In my opinion, the use of materials and design features such as the brick, slate, flint and weatherboard and gables will also give these homes a very beautiful appearance. The proposal builds on an already reduced site to a previous application. Some might wish that this development be deferred indefinitely, but that's clearly not in the interests of residents who are in need of homes. Poor decisions against officers' recommendations by this committee risk being overturned at a considerable cost and reduced benefits for this borough, and the planning inspector may ultimately take these decisions away from us should they continue to be appealed at the inspectorate level. If the affordable housing percentage were to be increased, would the development still be likely to be feasible?
The short answer is I don't know, because I haven't seen any viability assessments to say one way or the other. I suppose all I'd say is that the applicant are making substantial contributions towards other provisions within the village. So there's the £300 contribution to the community hub, the highways works. So, yeah, 300,000 towards the community hub. Contributions towards public right-of-way, special educational needs schools in the borough, etc., etc. So they are making a lot of contributions elsewhere, albeit, they.
So if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, is if there were more affordable homes in this proposal, it would mean a reduction in the services for local people that would be provided as a part of the scheme?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say that for sure, but it seems likely to me that if you were to raise the amount of affordable housing, there would be less money to play with, and to spend elsewhere on other benefits. So that is a consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Amron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Councillor Allen that, we've got these golden rules, yet we choose at times to almost put them to one side. I also agree with Councillor Giorgio on his last point about, the affordable home side of it. For me, doing my calculations, if the developer offered an additional 9 affordable homes, then maybe there'd be less of an issue from these people sitting over there. I'm not 100% sure, but, I do get that, the developers are offering to put money elsewhere, but I don't see why 9 additional affordable homes is such a big problem. I don't know if we're just going to flout the golden rules, or are we trying to set a precedent for Hertsmere moving forward. I don't know what your view is on that, Josh.
I was just going to say, I suppose we are assessing the application that is before us now. So this application is for 40% affordable. Clearly, we've had discussions about golden rules in the background. The offer on the table is for 40% affordable housing, and all of those other contributions that are being made. As I mentioned, I appreciate sort of the concept of the golden rules and how that's was discussed in the news, but the actual policy itself, in our view, and what council have told us, it has relatively little teeth. It says that you have to give significant weight if it's complied with, but it doesn't say development should be refused if it's not complied with. So ultimately it's something else. It's just another consideration to sort of consider in the balance, really.
Sure. I mean, was it put to the developer that in the scheme of things it's not many more additional homes to offer as affordable that maybe would have made a big difference?
I suppose in other words, I mean, we did speak about compliance with the golden rules. Clearly that offer wasn't made by the applicant in this case, but yeah, like I mentioned, we do have to consider what is in front of us at the moment. So it's,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Josh.
Thank you. Councillor Hodgkin-Jones. And then Councillor Allen again.
Could the local infrastructure support such a development in terms of doctors' surgeries and primary schools at that particular part of Shenley? Thank you.
So this is considered within the report. So in terms of doctors' surgeries, there is pressure upon the existing surgery, GP surgery in the village. Contributions would be made towards the local integrated care board towards the delivery of a new GP hub to serve Shenley. So that would be adequate to address that issue. In terms of schools, I had a look and there was capacity at local schools. But with that said, the development would contribute SIL funds, which could be used on social infrastructure such as that. So if there was a need to expand schools in the future, for example, then SIL funds could be used for that purpose.
Councillor Allen.
Something I just very quickly, it's on the Shenley neighbourhood plan, because I confess I'm not very familiar with it or its implications. So just some information really. In terms of the legal framework, in terms of material factors, the fact that this site, or a proposition for this site, is in that neighbourhood plan, does that have any bearing on this application? Does it carry any weight? If not, what's the significance of it being in the Shenley neighbourhood plan? I can see maybe people will know this, but I just happen not to.
So the neighbour plan forms part of our development plan, so it is set similar weight, same weight as our local plan essentially. The reference to sort of some support for this site, in the local plan process being in that neighbour plan, I wouldn't say it really carries any weight, because it's not a neighbour plan policy, for example. It's not an allocation. It's just a reference within the text that essentially that if a site was going to come forward, this one is not necessarily objected to in principle, but it doesn't carry through to actual allocation within that plan.
It doesn't affect the greenbelt status?
No, this is still in the greenbelt.
Okay.
Councillor Rosehill.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a final point, really. I can see that the majority of people look like they're sort of on the fence, maybe positive towards the application. But I just want to make one point that obviously when we were looking at 10 properties, an application for 10 properties and above, and we're looking at 35%, and we'd always ask for a viability study, get it independently reviewed. I do think that is there a way of us mandating that within this golden rule framework so that we do push for 50% at all times? Because it does feel that we're making a slight, it's 50%, but our previous one was 35%, so it doesn't matter if it's 40%. I'd just like to see if we can set a precedent in the right way.
Again, I think the short answer to that would be no, because they do comply with our affordable housing policy and our local plan. You know, as I mentioned, the golden rules is you know, a paragraph within the MPPF is a material consideration, but you know, as I mentioned, the MPPF doesn't require you to refuse development if you don't comply. For example, the consequence is it's inappropriate development, which has already been given substantial weight alongside the other greenbelt harms. So there wouldn't really necessarily be a sort of mechanism or a need for us to secure that viability appraisal unless they weren't complying with our local plan policy.
I think just as Vice Chair of this committee, I think I'd like to see something ongoing that demonstrates that this planning authority has done everything it possibly could to get to that 50%. I'm certainly not putting this on you, Josh, in the slightest, but I'd just like to see something that's ongoing that demonstrates that we are trying and that we're not just going, oh, on the books it says they don't need a viability study, so we don't need to do anything about it. Just like to see, as a planning authority, that we do our utmost to meet the top end of what we can meet.
I agree. Thank you. Yes, you need to speak.
Yes, I would just like to make
something, and then we can go.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to make a couple of points of clarification on issues raised. One by Councillor Allen on the railings in front of the school. There are actually 3 sets. I've had a colleague check, and there are 3 sets: 1 to the edge of the carriageway, then 1 to the edge of the school site, and then roller security fencing. So that's just quite a lot. Just a point on the golden rules and the concept of us breaking them. I think what I'd like to explain is that when the government wrote these rules, and perhaps the way it was portrayed in the press, very much must have been, you know, they wanted 50%, but what has transpired through their own guidance, through appeal decisions, not in this borough, but nationally, that we're privy to, and also the council opinion that Josh received, which obviously factored in the many, or the appeal decisions that have been made to date on this very issue, is that there have been examples that where the golden rules, if you want to use the phrase, are broken, they're not met, but the applications are still approved, such as, you know, we're recommending in this particular case because of, you know, the suite of the benefits that the scheme does provide, and the suite of Section 106 heads of terms, etc. So here we may not have had the appeal decisions, but there have been some nationally, and Council, when I advised Josh, have factored that in and been very clear in the way that we need to assess this. So I think this is something that this may change again in the future as appeal decisions come through, as there'll presumably be High Court challenges in the future. But where we are at the moment, we very much have assessed it in the correct manner. And I would just like to appease the concerns you have and say we are doing it correctly. It is based on appeal decisions. It is based on legal counsel opinion. So we're not breaking the rules. We're going with what is emerging.
I didn't mean to suggest that you were breaking the rules.
No, as in the development.
I did not mean to imply anything on your part. I'm more trying to describe the proposition we need to consider.
Sure.
Thank you. So, do I have someone who would like to move? Yes, Councillor Giorgio.
Yes, I'd like to move to approve.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Handley, thank you.
Thank you. So the recommendation is in the report. Can I take the vote, please? Councillor Allen?
Abstain.
Councillor Amron?
Abstain.
Councillor Giorgio?
Approve.
Do you mean a 4?
Yes, 4.
Councillor Handley?
4.
Councillor Hodgson-Jones?
4.
Councillor Kazal?
4.
Councillor Quilty?
4.
Councillor Rosehill?
4.
Councillor Smith?
4.
Councillor Green?
4.
That's been carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm mindful that we have 2 applications left and it's 9:45, so yes. So we need Councillor Sussman to come back and then we'll carry on with the next application. Wait 1 minute. /1283/OUTEI land northeast of Elton Way. And I invite Georgia to present. Thank you. Can I just say as well that if we get to 10 o'clock, do I have permission from you to extend? Thank you very much, because we're likely to go past 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't think I can keep it to under 10 minutes, but I'll try and do my best. Thank you. So this application relates to land north of Elton Way, otherwise known as the A41, here outlined and hatched in red. The development description is for demolition and redevelopment to comprise B8 use of up to 45,000 square metres gross external, including ancillary offices. I've also included the rest of the description, but I won't read that through. This is an outline application to include access with all other matters of appearance, landscaping, layout and scale reserved. Members will possibly recall that a scheme was approved on this site approximately 1 year ago at the May 2024 Planning Committee, and that was for essentially the same development but 30,000 square metres. So this is a resubmission seeking an additional 15,000 square metres. So just to update members, a couple of updates that were on the sheet. The extant consent is a material consideration, but it is omitted as a benefit in the planning balance to avoid double counting of benefits. And in the interim, we did also receive confirmation from Affinity Water that they have lifted their objection due to suitable land and groundwater contamination conditions being secured as on the report. So just to recap the relevant planning history, that's the reference number there of the extant consent, formally granted in August following signing of the Section 106 agreement. There also have been 2 discharge of conditions applications submitted for that extant consent to discharge quite a number of conditions listed there. These are shortly to be either discharged or partially discharged. We've received confirmation from the relevant consultees that the information submitted is satisfactory, so that's just to indicate that progress is being made to deliver the logistics development on this site. So this is an aerial view of the site, just showing its location in relation to the strategic road network, surrounding uses, including the existing B8 use on the site, Chapman's Yard, Costco across the road, hotels, other light industrial uses, and the M1 to the north, and then on the other side of the M1 is Patchett's Green and Delrow Conservation Area, which also has some listed buildings, which are highlighted in the planning constraints map here. So hatched, this area here is the conservation area, and then these buildings outlined are the listed buildings. The site itself has a public right-of-way that crosses through it, which is to be retained and improved as per the extant consent. The existing B8 site was allocated in SADM 4 for potential new gypsy and traveller provision, but that has been addressed in the extant consent, and the principle of developing the site and the conflict with that policy has been established, so it's not material to this consideration. There's also a public right-of-way here, Bushy 013, which is proposed to be connected up to the right-of-way through the site with a new pedestrian crossing, which I'll get onto a bit later. And this is a local wildlife site here, hatched in green. So just to show some site photos, this is the view that you would see if you cross over the pedestrian bridge over the M1. This is a view looking into the site. Further south along the public right-of-way, this is one of the existing pylons which would be retained, and you can see some of the existing light industrial uses just on the boundary of the site. This is existing quite dense landscaping along the A41, which is all to be retained, help to screen the development. And this is a view looking back north, again another pylon. These pylons are, these lines across the north are proposed to be buried, as with the extant consent. And the public right-of-way is actually behind these hoardings along here. This is just a view looking north to kind of give you an indication of the land levels, so you can see how they increase. There's sort of a doming effect here on this part of the site, and this is due to historic landfill and inert fill on the site, which is proposed to be remediated as part of the consent. And then again, just to illustrate the levels, this is actually the rooftops of Chapman's Yard, the existing B8 storage, a builder's yard that's there. So you can appreciate how much higher this land level here is. And then looking back towards the north, these are dwellings on the opposite side of the M1, and you can just appreciate the rooftops. And there is some existing landscaping buffer that would help screen the development from these properties, and that is also proposed to be enhanced as part of the landscaping scheme. There is a small existing drainage pond in that top northern corner. And then again, this is just to illustrate the banking on site as a result of that historic landfill use. This is an existing closed up or disused vehicular access. This is the public right-of-way actually terminates here at this point. The vehicular access here, the bell mouth, would be closed and made good, and it's proposed that the public right-of-way would be obviously retained and upgraded with the crossing here to connect it up into the other public right-of-way, which terminates here. And this is a view of the site looking sort of south along the A41. Again, you can appreciate the quite mature, dense planting along the roadside. And back in the opposite direction, again, all of this landscaping is to be retained. This is the existing entrance to Chapman's Yard, which is proposed to be retained, and this would be used solely for small vehicles, so employee traffic. This would not be used for HGV access. And then this is just to give you an idea of some of the existing built form within Chapman's Yard already. So to compare the extant and the proposed parameters, essentially what the difference is, what's being applied for, is to expand development zone 1B, so the extant consent, it just cuts off here, whereas now they're proposing to extend it a bit further here to the north, so that's an increase there. And as I'll show on the next view, it will also allow for some slightly bigger units in development zone 1A, but the actual parameters of that development zone are the same. So this is how that could look on site. So you can see the increase in the development zone allows for an additional unit here. This part of the site would become the car parking using the existing access to Chapman's Yard for employee car parking. And then you can also see that unit 110 is a bit bigger here with the car parking extending a bit closer to the A41. So that is essentially what the changes would be and how that could be accommodated on site at reserved matters stage. This is just to give a little bit more detail to explain again the units proposed. There's quite significant landscape buffering proposed along the site boundaries, including retention of the existing soft landscaping, with quite a lot of focus here to the north to help with screening the development from the residential properties in the conservation area. There are also offices associated with each unit. These are intended to be accessible from the employee access, and then the main access for HGV parking would be down here from the A41. This is a brand new access proposed, and that will allow the HGVs to access the entire site and all of those units. So the relevant policy changes and material considerations since the previous application was received. We have had an update to the MPPF in 2024, which saw the introduction of grey belts and also a strong emphasis on economic growth. In February 2024, we had updates to the PPG, and that included grey belt considerations. There was also statutory requirement for BNG, and other material considerations relevant is that the extant consent is a fallback, and that is material. And that the age of our evidence base and the changing market conditions with regards to logistics as well. So the principle of development is established by the extant consent. The technical issues and the mitigation proposed are broadly as approved. So what we've done is we've imposed the same conditions with a few extras as the approved developments. It would also be subject to Section 106 agreement with the same obligations as the approved development, because all of the technical work for that approved development was based on a 45,000 square metre scheme anyway. So we can reimpose all of those. The assessment therefore has regard to the harms and benefits arising from the proposed increase in that floor space. So the key issues being the green belt. So in this case, the site is grey belt. I'll go into a bit more detail on that because it does not contribute strongly to purposes A, B, or D of the green belts. However, it is still inappropriate, and I will explain why that is so, and therefore very special circumstances are still required. In regards to the need for B8 floor space, this is something that was debated extensively, both in the extant consent and in the committee report for this application. That principle of the use is established by that permission. The proposed 15,000 square metres increase would be an over-provision based on our own evidence base of how much employment floor space we need in the borough. So this is giving us more than what we've identified that we need. But we have considered the age of our evidence base and also the changing market conditions, including increases in data centres, which is seeing a reduction in land available for logistics. These things are all set out in the report. So in terms of the green belts, as we're all familiar with, inappropriate development is by definition harmful and should not be approved except in very special circumstances, and any harm to the green belt must be given substantial weight. And when we're assessing VSCs, the benefits have to, the harms, have to be clearly outweighed by other considerations. So I've just put the definition of a grey belt in here. So a site is grey belt if it comprises previously developed land and or any other land that in either case does not strongly contribute to those green belt purposes. It excludes land where the application of policies relating to areas or assets in footnote 7 would provide a strong reason for refusing or restricting development. So is it inappropriate? The development doesn't comply with the exceptions at paragraph 154. Moving on to 155, which deals specifically with grey belts. It states that the development of homes, commercial and other development in the green belt should not be regarded as inappropriate where all of the following apply. So A through D. As we've just discussed, the golden rules at D are only applicable to residential development, so they do not apply here. So in terms of point A, would it fundamentally undermine the purposes of the remaining green belt? So the site as part of sub-area 77 was considered in our ARUP green belt assessments, and the development of this site or its release from the green belt was considered to make a less important contribution to the wider strategic purposes of the green belt, and it was therefore recommended for further consideration. And for that reason, we do not consider that the development would fundamentally undermine the remaining green belt. Point B, is there a demonstrable unmet need for the type of development proposed? We've had regard to our own evidence base, which is the South West Herts economic study. As I've mentioned before, the proposed floor space does exceed our identified need. For that reason, we don't agree that there is demonstrable unmet need because we are meeting that need. Is the development in a sustainable location? Yes, the site has good access to the strategic road network, and there are also quite extensive accessibility improvements proposed as part of this suite of benefits. And again, the golden rules are not applicable. So purely for failing that requirement at B, we consider that the development is still inappropriate. And therefore, despite being a grey belt site, it is still inappropriate and needs very special circumstances. So we therefore go on to consider the harms versus the benefits. So the greenbelt harms identified, there is definitional harm arising because it is inappropriate development by definition. There would be visual harm as set out in the report and as detailed in the previous consent. This would be arguably worsened by the proposed development, which is to increase the developable area and would see an increase in built form. There would be, again, spatial harm because of the substantial increase in built form as compared to what is currently on the site. And then that limited conflict with purpose B, which is to prevent neighbouring towns merging. This was identified and in accordance with the ARUP Greenbelt assessment. So all of these harms carry substantial weight in the planning balance as required by the NPPF. So looking at landscape and visual amenity, I've just put in a couple of views here from the LVIA just to show the extent of the development. The red line shows the maximum build height of the parameters. So this is a worst case scenario. If you imagine those parameters that I showed you earlier, if they built all the way up to the maximum height across the entire parameter, which obviously would not happen. but this is just to give you an indication of what those heights look like. On this view, looking sort of along towards the Hertsmere roundabout, the existing landscaping is pretty much screening the development here. The green line shows landscaping maximum height, and the red line, as mentioned, is the built form. This is the view. If you can just off this image here to the left is the Chapman's Yard vehicular access. So the intention would be to strengthen this landscape screening, bringing it up to this height here, and then you would appreciate the height of the built form. But again, this is a worst case scenario based on the amended parameters. So the landscape and visual impact assessment, it did identify significant effects at construction phase and significant and moderate adverse effects at operational phase in year 1, and then even at year 15 there would still be some significant effects due to the change in character. So despite the mitigation proposed, there would be landscape harm, and Place Services have agreed that that harm would exist. The increased floor space does not reflect the positive amendments, which was the previous scheme of 30,000. This is obviously an increase in built form. That additional built form increases some of the pressure on the western boundary and reduces the area for planting mitigation where that built form would be. They disagree with the applicant's quantifying of the public rights of way, the harm arising from the views from the public rights of way, and that further work at reserve matter stage could be done to reduce these impacts through, for example, landscaping schemes secured by conditions. On the whole, they conclude that there are adverse impacts on landscape character and visual amenity, and therefore we have weighed this in the planning balance. Turning to heritage, obviously the site is located in proximity to a conservation area. This was a topic that was scoped into the environmental statement. This is Patchett's Green and Delrow Conservation Area, and there are 9 listed buildings within that conservation area. The construction phase effects were judged to be mitigated through appropriate routing, for example, of construction traffic, so you can minimise the effects on the conservation area arising whilst the development is being built. And then operational phase effects could be limited as much as possible through, for example, the screening and the earth bunds along that boundary, which would again be secured in the landscaping plan. Place Services have identified a low level of less than substantial harm to the designated heritage assets, and therefore this is weighed in the planning balance as well. We do have to carry out the balancing exercise, so because less than substantial harm is identified, this harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. These are set out here. As with the extant consent, we do consider that the public benefits do outweigh the heritage harm, but despite that, we do still consider heritage harm in the planning balance. Just to touch briefly on residential amenity, the separation distances from neighbouring residential properties is greatly sufficient to mitigate any harmful impacts that would arise. There wouldn't be any harmful impacts on outlook, daylight or sunlight. In environmental health, as with the previous application, they have not raised any objection. They have recommended the same conditions to control noise levels, and these have been imposed, and they're considered to sufficiently address any increase in noise levels arising from the increase in floor space. To touch on highways as well, so the extant scheme actually considered in their transport assessments and mitigation the larger scheme that's now before us. So the worst case scenario had already been modelled essentially, so the submissions are broadly the same as what was previously consented. The site access is to be considered as part of this application, which is why we have the detailed drawing here of the site access and which highways were consulted on. Car parking, however, is a reserve matter and is not for consideration under this application. Again, as mentioned, the existing site access at Chapman's Yard will be retained, and that's for small cars only. And the new access for HGVs and other traffic will be created directly onto the A41, and this, the necessary works would be secured through Section 278 agreement with highways. So, because of the proposed use, there would be significant potential for impacts on the local and strategic road network, because the logistics use does generate quite significant traffic movements. The applicant did submit a transport assessment and modelling, which again is in line with the previous consent and the following as set out. Vehicle movements have been identified. The highways, HCC highways, have agreed the mitigation. It was all agreed in quite a lot of detail under the extant consent, and essentially will be replicated here, so there are no objections from HCC on that basis, and no objections from National Highways, again, on the same basis. I just wanted to list and remind members of the highways benefits proposed. These improvements include the new signalised access junction with a right turn lane into the site, an A41 toucan crossing to link the two public rights of way, with public right of way 14 upgraded to a cycle route and resurfaced. There's also proposed a new daily public bus service between Watford Junction and Elstree and Borehamwood stations. This is proposed to be a 30-minute frequency at peak times and hourly off-peak. This map here shows the indicative route of the new bus to be secured. This has been supported by HCC, again, under the extant consent. And this will be funded by the applicant via Section 106 contributions for a period of 5 years at a cost of over £4 million. There will be improvements to the Berry Grove interchange, which is M1 Junction 5, including new off-slips and signalised junctions. Improvements to the Hertsmere roundabout as well. Additional A41 toucan crossings to the Hertsmere roundabout. A cycle route connecting that toucan crossing with the site access. New pedestrian route along the A41 to Sandy Lane, and also potential locations for Beryl bikes docking as well. Moving on to trees and ecology, there are no TPO trees on site. There is a small section of existing landscaping to be removed, which is to facilitate that site access as shown on this plan here. So this area hatched in blue, where there's existing soft landscaping and trees, they would need to be removed, but we've not received any objection from the arboricultural officer on that basis. Otherwise, the landscape buffers around the site are proposed to be retained and enhanced. Again, as mentioned there, no objection from place services subject to conditions and further considerations at reserve matters. No harmful impacts on protected species, and a 30% biodiversity net gain is proposed, and that's in combination of on and off-site measures, and that has been agreed with HCC Ecology. No objections raised by them either. Flood risk and drainage, the site is in flood zone 1, so it's at very low risk of fluvial flooding. It does have some small areas of low and medium surface water flooding, and some areas at risk of reservoir flooding as well. Sequential test was submitted and considered by officers to be passed. There were no objections from the LLFA subject to relevant conditions, and no objections from Thames Water or Affinity Water subject to conditions. So as mentioned, there is historic landfill on this site, so land contamination is a relevant consideration and was scoped into the environmental statement. The existing B8 uses at Chapman's Yard also present risk for contamination, as well as the historic landfill. The site is also located in a source protection zone for groundwater, hence why we have suitable conditions to address groundwater contamination as agreed with Affinity Water as well. So it's proposed to excavate, level and remediate the sites. This would see the removal of around 182,000 cubic metres of material. So we do have to consider and condition a construction environmental management plan and a site waste management plan to manage this. And there have been no objections from the Environment Agency and Environmental Health, with that all being suitably managed by the relevant conditions. So the planning balance, the development is inappropriate as previously mentioned, so we do need to establish whether there are very special circumstances, with substantial weight being given to that greenbelt harm. To look at the planning benefits, the demand for logistics floor space, this is set out in some detail in the principal section of the report. So the consented scheme for 30,000 square metres already meets that identified need as per the South West Herts economic study. And the proposed 15,000 square metres additional is over and above that need. So it is an over provision in the borough for B8 floor space on our own evidence base. This is disputed by the applicant, but we have not gotten into debating the evidence base on this particular application. There would be a retention and intensification of that existing consented use. So the applicant has made an argument that this is a more suitable use of the land rather than leaving it undeveloped. Certainly no other uses could come forward on this site, so this is making use of that existing consent. The over-provision of the B8 floor space could potentially be absorbed by the market trend that we're seeing of data centres being brought forward on logistics sites. This is a national trend that the policy team have highlighted to us, and this is considered to potentially push up demand for logistics sites. Furthermore, there is an increased housing target in the boroughs, as touched upon earlier on this evening, and this is also potentially to impact on the need for employment. So it is possible that there would be an increased need for employment sites in the borough. And because of the scale of development proposed, it would be able to contribute to big box logistics and large scale businesses that currently are not provided for in the borough. The other larger B8 developments that we have include the Panettone site in Borehamwood, which is currently being leased to Sky, so it's not available for logistics uses. So officers have determined that the proposed over-provision is low risk, and that the over-provision is likely to be absorbed by market conditions, and therefore that we can consider that the additional floor space can be afforded significant weight in the planning balance. To touch on the additional benefits that have been considered, I've just set out the weightings here. I've also recapped them on the final slide, but I've inserted here the table which is setting out the increase in economic benefits, as this was something that came up at tech briefing. So the larger floor space being sought would see an uplift in both construction and operational phase employment, as set out here. So therefore, we have considered that increase in economic benefits in the planning balance. And this is the conclusion of the planning balance, looking at the harms versus the benefits. Again, as mentioned earlier, it's not a mathematical exercise, but more a consideration in the round of harms and benefits. Do the benefits outweigh those harms? In this case, we have determined that they do, on balance, outweigh those harms sufficiently that very special circumstances do arise, and therefore the outline permission should be granted subject to those conditions and planning obligations as mentioned previously. I've just got some illustrative CGIs to indicate the possible scheme that could come forward at reserve matters under the proposed parameters, and an aerial view just illustrating the proposed increase, which you can see the additional unit here and the slightly larger unit here, which can also be accommodated by the change to the parameters. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a speaker, so may I call Mary Jasper to speak? Thank you. You will have 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. I'm Marie Jasper from Stantec, Planning Consultant for the application. We have worked collaboratively with your officers over the last 2.5 years in relation to this and a similar proposal relating to the same site which was granted planning permission last year. As your officers have explained, the site meets the grey belt criteria. However, it has still been necessary to demonstrate very special circumstances in order to outweigh any potential harm. Your officers have confirmed that these very special circumstances exist, and as such, the proposal is consistent with the development plan. The site currently comprises a series of inefficient employment uses and a former landfill site, which would be replaced with up to 45,000 square metres of new B8 floor space to meet significant unmet demand. As advised by your officers, the scheme is essentially the same as the scheme granted planning permission last year, but the proposals represent an opportunity to ensure the efficient and effective use of the site in accordance with the NPPF by increasing the floor space delivered. Evidence is provided within the planning application which confirms that there is a shortfall in the B8 floor space. This is informed by the changing economic market and need to meet market demand, the significant proportion of existing employment commitments relating to sites which have been delayed, and the impacts of future housing growth on labour supply and demand. Additionally, the development proposals are at a larger scale and would therefore cater to a different market demand to that of smaller employment sites within the borough. The proposals will deliver the remediation of a former landfill site and reuse of previously developed land in an identified employment corridor in close proximity to the M25, M1 and A1. Economic benefits including a significant increase in business rates and approximately 558 jobs. Significant highway safety and connectivity improvements, including to Junction 5 of the M1 and the Berrygrave interchange, to the existing public right-of-way through the site, to pedestrian and cycleways along the A41 and the Hertsmere roundabout, provision of a new bus route to serve the strategic employment corridor connecting the train stations at Elstree and Borehamwood and Watford Junction, a net zero carbon ready development achieving BREEAM excellent, a significant net biodiversity gain of at least 30% within the borough, and a training and employment management scheme. The application has been assessed in detail and confirmed by your officers as technically justified and acceptable. A schedule of conditions and Section 106 heads of terms have been progressed. The proposal will bring significant, substantial and much needed investment into the borough, deliver significant jobs, provide training opportunities and supply a boost to economic output estimated at 41.3 million each year. We therefore commend the officer recommendation to you and request that you resolve to approve the outline application this evening. Thank you for allowing me to address the committee.
Thank you very much. Do officers have any questions before I ask members? No. Members, do you have any questions? Yes, Councillor Hanley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Just one thing that I would like to make a point of in here is that we do need to remember that there is a very, very small primary school, only 17.8 metres away from where the new development is being proposed. I've actually visited that primary school on a number of occasions, and it is a small school, and most of the students in that school need extra help. A lot of them have got special needs. I am slightly concerned of the impact that this is going to have on the school and the students. While the development is going on, there's obviously going to be a lot of disruption and a lot of noise, but it is extremely close to the school, and I am just wondering if the school have been contacted or if there is any special circumstances that we could do to, I don't know, make a donation to the school maybe, or offer, I don't know, maybe to redo their playground or something, because it is going to be a lot of disruption for the children at that school. Thank you.
Yes, so we have considered the impact on the school in terms of it being a sensitive noise receptor. So that's something that Environmental Health would have looked at. They have not raised any objections, and they have recommended quite a number of conditions to limit the noise and dust, both at construction phase and then once the development is operational, if it is approved. So that has been considered from sort of a noise perspective and from the construction phase. We can't consider it in the same way that we consider residential properties, because when we look at impact on residential properties, it's a place where people live, so the policies kind of carry more weight in that regard when we're looking at like overlooking, overshadowing, that sort of thing. So yeah, in terms of noise and dust, that is more something that's addressed by Environmental Health and by the relevant construction management conditions and noise limiting conditions that we've imposed.
Sorry, Councillor Giorgio, pardon me.
Thank you, Councillor Green. On page 288, I was actually going to ask about the 495 neighbours who've been notified, 10 of which were in support, one of which included the, excuse my pronunciation, Gurukula Hare Krishna Primary School, and one of which was against. The one that was against, it mentions that it was in relation to a residential development, which isn't what's being discussed here. So I just wanted to ask if you could tell us anything more about the remaining 9. Were they mostly local residents? Were they local businesses? Were there anything else that would be relevant to this application? It's very rare that we get so few responses from neighbours, and actually that the majority 10 to 1 are in support. Thank you.
Yes, you jogged my memory. I realised that I didn't answer part of your question about the consultation. The primary school would have been consulted as part of the neighbouring consultation. To my memory, I don't think we received a response from the primary school. We did receive a number of responses supporting the development from neighbouring businesses. And as you mentioned, we only received one objection, and that was referring to there being too much residential development in Bushy. So,
sorry, just to point out, page 288, the summary of neighbour responses says 10 comments in support were received, including one from Gurukula Hare Krishna Primary School. Just, you said to your memory you weren't sure if one had been received from them, but then the paper said that it was.
Thank you. Councillor Allen. You have...
I don't quite get the logic of this. If this is the size that the applicant wanted, they should have asked for it up front, all in one go the first time, rather than doing it piecemeal. I don't understand the advantage to us or residents for doing it that way. The other logic I don't understand is that very special circumstances apply when there is no proven need for the extra capacity, and it has to meet the VSEs to check out the logic of this application. And also the main substantial grounds in the planning balance are the highways improvements, which you wouldn't need if you didn't build it in the first place. There's a kind of circular logic I find a bit unconvincing, especially as the only way of mitigating the effect on the Toby roundabout, which is already one of the worst roundabouts in the borough. It's on the very edge of the borough, of course, it borders Watford. The only way of mitigating the effect of this scheme on the Toby roundabout would be to dig an underpass and let the lorries go beneath it. That's not proposed. What's proposed here is very minor mitigations. But my question is to do with the transport package, which is, and it may not count as a material factor, but it's something I'd like to get clarified, if not now, then later. When we last considered this, and it was suggested that the bus route it would pay for, which would be quite a good thing, would go up the A41, I went to the portfolio holder for planning and transport and had a conversation arguing that it would be much better to go through the residential areas of North Bushy where people live. No one lives on the A41. No one's going to get a bus on the A41 on Stevenson Way area to go to the station. And I was assured by the portfolio holder that the plan was to go through residential North Bushy, and I trust I trust that account very much. But in the application here, it's gone back to being the A41, so without any explanation. So it'd be good to get that clarified if this is approved, and you may not be able to answer that here and now, but it'd be good to get clarity on that later, because I think in terms of the benefits to residents, the benefit of going through a residential area is vastly greater than just going up the A41 where no one lives. So it may not be a material factor, but if I could just mark that and maybe get some clarity later on, or at least, you know, if there's conditionality in the S106, at least we can kind of discuss that. It can be considered before that's signed off. That makes sense?
So just to answer a few of those queries and comments. The extant consent, the applicant did originally apply for 45,000 square metres on the previous application. We asked them to reduce it down because we felt that there wasn't a need for that much floor space. So we said reduce it down to 30,000 square metres, and therefore the development that we approved would replace the Mercure Hotel in our commitments for logistics floor space. And that's why they reduced it down, and then it was approved by the committee. In the intervening months since that approval, there have been developments, there have been changing market conditions, there have, you know, our evidence base continues to get more and more out of date, and the applicant therefore decided to submit a revised application asking again for that maximum 45,000 square metres and said, you know, can you consider the material considerations and things that have arisen since then, which is what we've been asked to do, and that's what we have done. So it was a case that they did actually originally ask for that. The highways mitigation proposed was agreed with HCC, and that includes the works to the Hertsmere roundabout, and that is fully supported by HCC. I don't have the full details of what's proposed for the junction in front of me, but it is detailed in the report. In terms of the bus, the route along the A41 is intended to essentially connect this site as an employment site and a number of other employment sites with the kind of broader borough, so that anyone working on the employment sites along the A41 could use that bus to access places of work. I understand that the route was something that was supported also by HCC, and that there is no bus route currently along that road, and it was identified that it could be useful to have a route that does serve that road, hence why it was supported by HCC. In terms of the VSCs, as set out in the planning balance, the kind of need for the B8 use did temper some of the benefits, some of the weight that we could give to that benefit. So it's more had regard to the increased economic benefits that we can consider in the round. So we're looking at the benefits of providing that additional floor space versus any harms, for example, to landscape, to heritage, to the green belt. And we find that on balance, that the benefits do outweigh that harm. And I hope that that makes sense. Is there anything else that I've missed?
Okay.
Councillor Sussman and then Councillor Rosehill. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. To me, this it seems a really, really sensible application, and to sort of fully utilise, given the recent changes, there's more pressure for housing, etc. With more housing, hopefully comes more jobs, and I would like to, when ready, move this for approval, please. Thank you. I will move it to approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosehill is second. Thank you very much. We can go to vote then. Thank you.
Thank you. So the recommendation is as set out in the report. If I can take the vote, please. Councillor Allen?
Abstain.
Sorry, say that again.
Abstain.
Abstain, sorry. Thank you. Councillor Amron?
4.
Councillor Giorgio?
4.
Councillor Hodgson-Jones?
4.
Councillor Kazar?
4.
Councillor Quilty?
4.
Councillor Rosehill?
4.
Councillor Smith?
4.
Councillor Sussman?
4.
Councillor Handley?
Against.
Councillor Green?
4.
Thank you, that's been carried.
Thank you, members. Now, it is gone 10:30. We have two options. We can carry on and hear the last application, which we do have members of the public and a community advocate here, or we can defer it to the next meeting. Shall we do it?
Let's just go for it. I mean,
is there enough time to defer?
Josh,
it to
can
the
you
next
do a
meeting, or is it gonna
30-second
run out?
presentation?
Hang on. No, hang on a minute. Yes.
Is
sorry.
there enough time on the application to defer it, or is it time sensitive? Are we going to run out? Are we going to run out of time, or is there enough time? I don't mean today. I mean in the application. Is it time sensitive? If it's time sensitive, we need to do it now.
It is time sensitive, apparently.
When does it run out?
I know, I really feel for the people that have sat here all evening, so I just wanted to ask the committee, but we are going to look at it. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we are going to now listen to 5E, which is 24/1434/FUL Hertsmere Country Club, and I invite Josh to present for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to, before I start, to refer you to the update sheet. So there has been a slight update to one of the conditions and a slight clarification. So I'll let you peruse that whilst I explain the development. So the application proposes the demolition of existing buildings and structures and the construction of a residential development to provide 15 units, which comprises 10 three-bed bungalows and 5 3-bed flats. associated amenity space, security, gatehouse, car and cycle parking, and associated landscaping. It includes the retention of the existing clubhouse for the golf club, a replacement swimming pool and a greenkeeper's shed, and also new tree and hedgerow planting throughout, as well as landscaping throughout the site. Works the 9th and 18th holes to upgrade them and relocate them away from the proposed dwellings. Affordable housing would not be delivered on site, but there would be a contribution of just over £3.3 million, which equates to 50% affordable housing. This is a full planning application, so full details submitted. Site forms part of a draft allocation in the draft local plan, which is for 20 dwellings. As mentioned earlier, only very limited weight could be given to that at most. And again, the applicant has engaged with officers through the pre-application process to resolve issues at an early stage. Should also be noted that a previous application was presented to the Planning Committee in August 2021 that proposed 26 units, including the conversion of the existing clubhouse. Whilst the committee motioned to approve that application, it was ultimately withdrawn as off-site affordable housing provision could not be secured through the Section 106 agreement, so they made the decision to withdraw the application. Very quickly, so here is an aerial view of the site. So you've got the existing clubhouse here, the existing unused swimming pool, maintenance yard here. This is the existing staff accommodation and stable building, which is a locally listed building, which would be demolished as part of this application, which I'll go through in a bit more detail later. The clubhouse is also locally listed for reference, and the residential development will focus on this southern part of the site as outlined on this location plan. So some site photos for context. You've got the clubhouse access from Prowse Avenue, Hartsmere Avenue, the existing egress here, which is just to the left of this image here. The access road and car park within the site where the residential part of the development is proposed, and again the car park here. You've got the locally listed clubhouse, the existing swimming pool. This is the locally listed former stable staff accommodation, and then you've got the maintenance yard, walled garden area. This is a longer view from the golf course, so looking southwest you can see the clubhouse there on the horizon. Some maintenance sheds, so this is within the maintenance yard, which would be demolished to facilitate this development, and a slightly closer view from the golf course to the south, so the site's on the other side of these trees essentially. So here's the proposed site layout. So as mentioned, the residential development focusing on that southern part of the site where, which is home to buildings and hard standing currently. Existing clubhouse retained. You've got the new greenkeeper shed here, new swimming pool here. These are the bungalows here. The apartment block is up here. What you can't see on this plan is that the land actually slopes quite a lot down towards the golf course this way. So these buildings would actually be sort of nestled within the landscape and terraced, so each building would look over the green roof of the adjacent building. And then the car parking spaces for the existing clubhouse would be re-provided and reconfigured within this northern part of the site. So overall there'd actually be a net gain of 6 spaces for the clubhouse rather than any loss. The scheme is phased, so this is a slightly updated phasing plan as opposed to what's shown in the committee report. So what has changed is the works to the golf course are now within phase 1. So essentially the works to the clubhouse and the golf course are to be done first and prior to the occupation of the residential scheme, and then the swimming pool aspect can be undertaken at a later date by the existing golf club. So in terms of principal and greenbelt, so the site comprises previously developed land, or PDL. So paragraph 154G of the NPPF enables the partial or complete redevelopment of PDL land, given as long as it would not cause substantial harm to the openness of the greenbelt. So that's actually quite a recent addition to the latest NPPF, so that's been amended so it's substantial harm rather than no greater harm. The proposal would result in an increase in volume and footprint, about 62 to 66% compared to the existing buildings on the site. The footprint would be slightly greater than the previous scheme, but the volume would be reduced. So at the present, as you've seen, there's buildings across the site and swathes of hard landscape, hard standing, which would be replaced by the development. So whilst the development would clearly reduce openness due to the increase in volume of footprint, given the high quality and landscape-led nature of the design, substantial harm would not be caused to the greenbelt, meaning that paragraph 154G can be engaged, therefore no harm would occur to the greenbelt. The development would utilise the sloping topography of the site, so the bungalows would nestle into the landscape, as I mentioned. These would be set within landscape grounds which have integrated SUD systems. Due to the high quality landscape-led design, the landscape and visual impacts would be limited. There would be lots of trees within the site, which include good quality trees. I should also note that the site is covered by a site-wide TPO, so all trees within the site, at the time of that TPO being made, are protected. However, the quality of those trees does vary. The majority of the trees to be proposed by this application will also propose to be removed by the previous scheme, although this scheme would result in a slightly greater number of trees being removed. However, on the other hand, this scheme also proposes 100 new trees, as well as 10,000 square metres of mixed native woodland as mitigation throughout the golf course, and that wasn't previously proposed by the previous scheme. So on balance, the impact to trees is acceptable, and this has been agreed with Place Services, Arboriculture and Landscape. Just on this slide as well, this is an elevation view of one of the bungalows and an elevation of the apartment block. So I've got a series of visualizations to show you now, just because they give a much clearer image of how the development would look compared to some 2D plans. So this is a visual showing the terracing of the bungalows. You can see here with the green roofs, each bungalow looking over the roof of the adjacent bungalow. I should note that this visual here has removed some of the trees just so you can see the development more clearly. It doesn't actually mean that they're going to remove the trees from the site. This is a visual from the what would be the new residential site access. So you've got the apartment block in the background there, and you can see the sort of landscaped setting of the grounds. Another visual down the access road, again showing the landscape settings, and you can see some of the backs of the bungalows here. This is a more up-close visual of one of the bungalows. So you can see the sleek design with glazing, looking out onto the courtyard garden, and solar shading incorporated. It's another visual of the existing clubhouse, but this visual essentially just shows the landscaping works that would be done as part of this scheme and the new pedestrian route to the access point. Again, another visual showing the proposed swimming pool with views overlooking the golf course, and adjacent to the clubhouse. So in terms of heritage, as mentioned, the clubhouse and the former stables and staff accommodation building, showing up numbers 1, 2 and 3 on this plan, are locally listed. Buildings 2 and 3, this building here, would be demolished to facilitate the development. Whilst it is locally listed, its historic significance is considered to be low to moderate at most. There would also be changed the setting of the clubhouse as a result of the development through the proposed residential scheme. However, there would also be positive changes to this setting, such as the removal of unsympathetic buildings and enhanced landscaping. So overall, the impact to the setting is considered to be limited. The heritage impacts are to be balanced against the benefits of the scheme in the overall planning balance. As mentioned, affordable housing, there would be a £3.3 million contribution to be secured in the Section 106 agreement, which equates to 50% contribution in excess of the 35 policy requirement. Whilst on-site provisions generally preferable, the applicant has demonstrated in this instance that there would be a lack of demand from registered providers in this instance to have the affordable housing on the site, in part due to the small number of units that would be delivered on the site, the distance from the site for the town, and the high-end nature of the scheme, which would attract higher service charges. I should also note that in this case the golden rules would be complied with, so the affordable housing contribution was increased during the application to meet 50% to comply with those rules. So as per the NPPF, significant weight should be given to that compliance. In terms of access, the existing access to the site would essentially become a two-way access and egress for the golf club, and the existing egress would become a two-way access and egress for the residential scheme. Dedicated pedestrian access would also be created for the golf club, and you can see on this plan here with tactile paving crossings along Prowse Avenue. Some concerns have been raised about this plan by the Highway Authority, mainly about the width of the lanes and this grass island shown here. However, they've suggested a condition for the submission of a revised scheme, which would be accompanied by a road safety audit, and that condition is applied. Some concerns were raised by the public about construction movements as well, given there's a school nearby. So we've applied a condition for a construction method statement, which would enable the control and routing of construction vehicle movements, and we could restrict these during school collection and drop-off times. And in terms of parking, as I mentioned, there would be an increase in parking for the golf club, and the residential parking would be policy compliant. So just to summarise the other material considerations here, so all of these are considered to be acceptable subject to conditions or Section 106 obligations. Here are those Section 106 heads of terms which have been set out in the report. So affordable housing contribution of just over 3.3 million, a contribution to the East of England ambulance service of £5,100, and the usual biodiversity game plan and monitoring fees. So in conclusion, in this instance, the presumption in favour of sustainable development is engaged, meaning that permission should be approved unless any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. There would be moderate harm through the loss of the locally listed staff accommodation building and impacts to the setting of the locally listed clubhouse. However, the public benefits would include the delivery of 15 high-quality dwellings, an affordable housing contribution of over 3.3 million, compliance with the golden rules, enhancements to the existing golf club facilities, a biodiversity net gain of 22% and 136% in linear habitat, economic benefits and a highly sustainable design, and collectively these benefits are considered to outweigh the moderate harm in this instance. As such, officer recommend that permission is granted subject to conditions and Section 106 agreement.
Thank you very much. And I've gone and put my bits of paper in the wrong order, so bear with me. Sorry. Thank you. Can I call Mr. Nigel Bobroff to speak for the application? Thank you, sir. You will have 3 minutes.
Chair and members, good evening. My name is Nigel Bobroff, Chair of Hertsmere Country Club. For the last 2 years, I've worked closely with ACRE on this planning application. I became chair to protect Hertsmere's 100-year heritage and because I believe passionately in its future. At a time when many nearby golf clubs have unfortunately closed, we want to invest in our facilities and ensure that this club both survives and thrives. Designed in the 1920s by 5-time Open champion J.H. Taylor and Fred Hawtrey, Hertsmere is one of Hertfordshire's most important courses. It has produced Ryder Cup players, hosted professional tournaments, and today supports a growing and diverse membership, including over 100 members under the age of 35 and a large academy section. In return for surrendering part of our lease in 4.5 acres of already developed land used for parking and maintenance, we can, for the first time, secure the freehold of the club. Owning our freehold will enable us to invest in refurbishing the locally listed clubhouse, relocating parking closer to the clubhouse, building modern maintenance facilities, reintroducing a swimming pool for members, guests and their families, and upgrading our 2 golf courses, ensuring first-class facilities for members and guests alike. These are significant, long-lasting benefits for future generations. Before submitting, we held site visits and consultations with planning officers, as well as a well-attended exhibition for members and local residents. Since then, the application has received over 110 letters of support and only one objection. Alongside the huge benefits for the golf club, this scheme, to be developed by Acre and designed by award-winning architect Strom, will deliver 15 high-quality homes on previously developed land, a meaningful contribution to Hertsmere's acute housing need. The project will be exemplar development and a blueprint to other clubs nationally as to how they can repurpose excess land to secure their long-term futures. Regarding affordable housing, discussions with registered providers confirmed the site wasn't viable for them in terms of location and maintenance, and instead a £3.3 million contribution will support affordable homes in a more sustainable and accessible bushy location, agreed with Hertsmere's housing officer and delivery partner, and, as you heard, secured by Section 106 agreement. Environmentally, this proposal delivers a 69% carbon reduction, and the replacement and new tree planting on site and across the golf courses will deliver over 20% biodiversity net gain, fully supported by landscape officers and Herts Ecology. So in summary, this revised scheme retains our historic clubhouse, improves access and facilities, adds a new swimming pool, enables critical investment in the club's future, whilst delivering new homes and a substantial housing contribution. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. And as your case officer has outlined, the heritage and sporting benefits this proposal delivers will not only secure the future of the club, but allow Hertsbourne to thrive for generations to come. I urge you to support your officer's recommendation and grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now can I call Councillor Morris to speak as a community advocate? For the application, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, for permitting me to speak on the application. It is essential that I place on record my significant interest in this application. I'm a member of Hertsmere Country Club and my house backs onto the golf course. But more importantly, I'm a ward councillor for this application, combined with my local interest, places me well to speak on this application. It is clear that officers who have worked hard with the applicant and have recognised the necessity to adapt the market needs and have acknowledged the importance of this facility in recommending approval of the application, and that it complies in all aspects. All members of the committee will be aware of the significant difficulties golf clubs have experienced in recent years, with Potters Bar, Bushy Grove and Hertsmere's own Bushy Golf Club having to close due to lack of viability. So it is refreshing that Hertsbourne has recognised that its business model must change to make it sustainable. For a number of years, the club has strived to become part of the extended community, not just as a members club. In this respect, Hertsbourne has opened its doors to pay and play to non-members during the off-peak hours, so it is accessible to the whole community. One of their more innovative initiatives is the establishment of the disability golf. This facility is provided at no cost to the participant and funded by the membership. This offers group golf sessions to students from special needs schools and currently includes 6 groups as well as one of tuition. I hope that the foregoing gives some insight into the club, how it has been changing its business model over the past few years. This, combined with the proposed changes to the estate by incorporating a newly refurbished clubhouse that will provide more significant income through banqueting and the redevelopment of some of the existing commercial elements of the site into residential, enables the landlords to agree a sustainable rent, and upon commencement of the development will transfer the freeholds to the club, making it master of its own destiny. It is encouraging that not only is the application fully compliant, but the applicant has embraced the climate emergency signed up to by this council by incorporating not only solar energy into the scheme, but also air source heat pumps and ground source heat pumps. The new residential properties will incorporate modern technology to ensure the highest standards of insulation and heating and power usage. It is encouraging that the applicant has secured a affordable homes agreement to comply with their planning obligations. I ask the committee to ratify the officer's recommendation, which will enable Hertsmere Country Club to secure its future in the community and become a beacon of community and private collaboration within Hertsmere. I ask the committee to consider the following important issues. 1, the application is fully compliant. 2, 50% of members are Hertsmere residents. 3, there has been only one resident objection, but 112 letters of support. There is a substantial financial contribution of 3.3 million to deliver additional off-site affordable housing in the local area. The proposed development is built solely on brownfield land, and the applicant has carefully considered the green agenda by incorporating air source heat pumps and ground source heat pumps, solar panel provision. It minimises its carbon footprint. The application recognises Hertsmere climate emergency and seeks to not only acknowledge it, but support it. Future-proofing electric charging point provision and public benefit of play and play. The benefit for training and support for the disabled and the retention of the country club by an enhanced business model which could have been lost had they not updated their business model, unlike other Hertsmere golf clubs who have not. I have asked the committee to approve this application and by so doing acknowledge the significant contribution it makes to Hertsmere and the wider community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Do officers have any questions? No? Do members have any questions? Yes. Councillor Hanley.
Thank you. Thank you. It's not so much of a question, more of a comment, really. I just want to say that I think that looks absolutely stunning, and I would really like to see these amazing properties brought by residents and lived in, because I am aware that there's a lot of properties of this, shall we say, executive kind of look and feel that are being bought and not lived in around Hertsmere and Bushy especially. So yeah, I'd love to be able to see these places being bought and people actually living them and enjoying, you know, what you've got to offer there. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Quilty.
Yeah, thank you. It's just one thing, and I'm sure they will eventually be sold and lived in by all sorts of people because there's a big demand for these type of units in Bushy. But one of the things I would like to say is that there's a significant amount of money that they're giving forward on a Section 106 agreement. I think it was over 3.5 million, was it? 3.25 million, whatever it was. But what I would like to see, if it's possible, Madam Chairman, that we can actually restrict that for Bushy and say somewhere like Bushy Golf and Country Club, which is owned by Hertsmere Council and is potentially going to come forward for development in the near future, because that money would be well spent there and it will be maximised because we own the land already. So if you'd like to make your comments on that.
I defer to whether or not we can ring fence money in that nature. I didn't think we could, but
I mean, we could phrase the Section 106 obligation to direct the money towards affordable housing delivery within Bushy specifically, if that's what the committee would like to see. No.
I stand to be corrected. Thank you. Does anyone want to ask anything else? No? Thank you, and Councillor Amron will second. Thank you.
Thank you. So the recommendation is as set out in the report. Can I ask members to vote? Councillor Allen?
4.
Councillor Amron?
4.
Councillor Giorgio?
4.
Councillor Handley?
4.
Councillor Hodgson-Jones?
4.
Councillor Kazal?
4.
Councillor Rosehill?
4.
Councillor Smith?
4.
Councillor Sussman?
Sounds like I'm on a golf course. 4.
Councillor Quilty?
I'm 4.
Councillor Green?
4.
That's unanimous. That's been carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. So item 6 of the agenda are planning appeals. Can I confirm everyone has? Thank you. Item 7 is any business I consider urgent, which there is none. Item 8 is future date. The next meeting will be the 22nd of May. Thank you very, very much. And I close the meeting at 2300. Goodness gracious me.